playing shortstop, number 1, Brianna Castro. And batting 8th, playing right field, number 7, Jenna Richmond. Batting 9th, the catcher, number 6, Olivia Kincannon. And the pitcher for Buffalo, number 9, Allison Marcano. The head coach of Buffalo is Mike Recall. He is assisted by Jody Henninger, Riley Johnson, and Natalie Recall. And now for today's starting lineup for your Ohio Bobcats. Batting first, playing center field, number 4, Allie Englet. Batting second, the shortstop, number 8, Katie Young. Batting third, the designated player, number 25, Sophia Bernard. Batting fourth and playing third base, number 3, Analia Paoli. Batting fifth, playing first base, number 2, Caroline Spacek. Batting sixth, number 7, playing second base, Mackenzie Vaughn. And batting 7th, your right fielder, number 11, Caitlin Fogg. And batting 8th, number 10, playing left field, Emily Walker. And batting 9th, the catcher, number 12, Brooke Rice. The starting pitcher for today's game, number 30, Mackenzie Cole. The head coach of the Bobcats is Kennedy Roark, who is assisted by Ashley Taylor and Garrett Fernald. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time we ask that you all please rise for the playing of our national anthem. Prior to the start of today's game, we would like to welcome the mothers of our student athletes onto the field throughout the first pitches of today's game. We would like to thank all these mothers for raising such incredible women and are proud that you are all part of the Bobcat family. Happy early Mother's Day, and now, on the count of 3, I'm going to ask all the moms.
It is game 3 and 4 of a 4-game weekend series between the Ohio Bobcats and the Buffalo Bulls. It's just yesterday the two teams split the first doubleheader of the series, as both teams will look to try to capture a series victory if they can win both legs of the doubleheader here today. Welcome into the broadcast. Joe Medora alongside Claire Geary, as we'll be bringing you all the action for both of the games this evening. As Claire, a nice little gesture to start it off. Here's, of course, tomorrow being Mother's Day, and all the mothers of all the players on the team out on the field getting to throw out a first pitch. It's good vibes to start off this windy day here in Athens.
It is a very wholesome moment for the players, and before we started our broadcast, they let the players run out onto the field with their moms in tow and the flowers, and they did their little warm-up or their walk-up circle moment with the moms too, running around and then heading to their positions. It was very sweet, and I think the moms enjoyed being part of the spotlight for just a little bit as they all head back towards the grandstands to watch their girls take on Buffalo.
Absolutely. Should be an interesting matchup as Ohio coming into this one at 19-20 and 15-15 in MAC conference play. So, of course, it'd be a good feat this season, Claire, if they're able to win both these games here today and be able to say they finished this season above 500, as in a season where, a lot of differences, obviously, from a normal season. The fact that you can try to take away any little victory this season, like finishing above 500, I think you're going to want to motivate your team to do that.
And I think also including into the narrative that this team has had its ups and downs when it comes to just a roster standpoint. I mean, players battling injuries on top of the beginning of their season being canceled all due to rain delays in non-conference games against teams such as Eastern Carolina and Coastal Carolina and UConn, things that, they have good competition to really get their bearings together before they hit MAC play, and unfortunately they really didn't get many opportunities to do so compared to other teams such as Miami, who are at the top of the conference for the MAC.
As we are just about ready for the first pitch in this one, as it will be Mackenzie Cole starting in the circle for the Bobcats in this one. She pitched in game 1 yesterday, went 6 2/3, gave up 7 runs. 6 of them earned, 4 walks, 7 hits, and 8 strikeouts, as she was on the hook for the loss in that one, as Buffalo took game 1 against Ohio 7-5. Bobcats won the second game 8-3. First pitch of the ball game misses inside for a ball to the leadoff batter for Buffalo. It is the left fielder, Anna Uggen.
Uggen with such a powerful bat yesterday that she proved in first and the second game with home runs in each of them.
As the 1-0 pitch also missed inside for a ball, so quickly up in the count is Uggen 2-0. As in game 1, as Claire mentioned, Uggen went 2 for 3 with an RBI on that home run that she hit. So a big part of what Buffalo had going successful for them in that first game. The 2-0 pitch, that one comes right down Main Street and will be a called strike, as that's the first strike thrown by Mackenzie Cole of the game. The count is 2-1 here at the top of the first inning. No score between Ohio and Buffalo, as Cole coming into this ball game a 4.42 ERA on the season and just over 100 innings pitched. 2-1 pitch, that one will miss just inside, as Uggen thought about swinging, but she was able to keep the hands back. Now she's in the driver's seat, up 3-1 in the count.
Batter's count, she can either choose to take it and look for the hit and try and make it a single or potentially more than that, but she doesn't necessarily have to take the opportunity with being so far up the count.
3-1 pitch, that one does catch the upper part of the strike zone on the outside part of the plate, as Uggen, I think she thought she had ball 4. She started to take a step towards first base, but it's a called strike, and that will run the count full.
Just far enough outside that the umpire thought it was worthy of being swung at.
Full count pitch, bounces in the dirt. It'll be a leadoff walk for Uggen to lead things off here for the Bulls in game 1 of this doubleheader here this evening, as walks were a bit of an issue for Cole yesterday as well. She gave up 4 in the start in game 1 of course, the doubleheader yesterday that these two teams ended up splitting.
Cole had a slow start to yesterday, and you could tell the moment that she had the first couple walks go against her and the bases started piling up with players on them, and you could tell that she was a little frustrated with the way that things were going. And she came back and fought hard and eventually had to be relieved by Holly Brem in the middle of the 7th inning, but however, it was a well-fought game, and she got her cool and calm collectiveness back under control.
0-1 pitch is swung on and popped foul down the third base line. It will get out of play. And quickly ahead in the count is Mackenzie Cole, 0-2. As Ohio coming into this ball game at 19-20 on the season. The Buffalo Bulls 17-30. Here comes the 0-2 delivery, swung on and hit off the end of the bat, foul up the first base line, as it will roll out into right field and foul ground, and the count will remain 0-2 to Alicia Peters, who is the DP for the Bulls in this game. As for Peters on the season, coming in, not hitting too well, just .220 on the season, but a .713 on base plus slugging percentage. The 0-2 pitch home. Change up, swung on and fouled. Back behind to our right here as it will bang off the grandstands, and Peters will get to see another 0-2 pitch as Peters in game 1 yesterday went 0 for 4 with a couple of strikeouts, so Cole kind of had her number in the game yesterday.
Cole had her number, but it wasn't anything compared to what Maddie McCready did. When McCready stepped onto the mound, she just was electric and ended up having a career high of 13 strikeouts to her name, and you could feel the energy across the infield and the outfield especially too. Everyone was just a chatterbox when it came to the second game, and Mackenzie Cole was also part of that cheer squad as well, coming from the dugout.
The 0-2 pitch missed inside. Runs the count 1-2. With a runner on first, top of the first inning, no score. Here comes the 1-2 delivery. That will miss outside for a ball and run the count even at 2 apiece. As we would expect to see Maddie McCready probably in game 2 pitch after Claire mentioned the career high in strikeouts yesterday in the team's win. The 2-2 pitch is swung on and poked out into shallow right field. That's going to fall just inside the line for a base hit. Rounding second and heading to third is Uggan. So a 2-strike base hit out in the right field for Alicia Peters, her first in the series, and Buffalo threatening to score early. Runners on the corners with nobody out in the top of the first, and that will bring up the third baseman, Rachel Steffen.
Peters found the outside corner from that pitch and just drove it right above the first baseman's head, but not far enough towards the right side of the field to get second base in a position to actually field it. Beautiful placement.
Ball wasn't hit extremely hard, but just enough to muscle it out over the infield for the base hit. First pitch into Steffen, catches the outside corner for a called strike, 0-1 the count. As Steffen had a pretty good day yesterday against Mackenzie Cole, 2 for 3 with 4 RBIs and 3 runs scored. As the Bulls threatening to grab an early lead, here comes the 0-1 pitch. That one will miss well outside for a ball, evens up the count at 1 apiece. As Rachel Steffen on the season, highest batting average on the team, actually second highest behind Uggan at .319 on the season, including 4 doubles, a triple, and 7 home runs. 1-1 pitch, that will also catch the outside corner for a called strike, and now Cole, like we saw with Peters, ahead in the count, 1-2.
Peters and Steffen really liked her placement yesterday, and the hits came as Ohio had 7, along with UB having 7 as well.
1-2 pitch, that will miss upstairs and outside for a ball. That will even up the count at 2. As Cole takes a step behind the rubber. Now she's back on it, spinning the ball in her right hand. Gets a sign from the dugout. She'll rock and fire. 2-2 pitch. That one will miss low and outside. And for the second time this inning, we will see a full count.
Very similar starts to how yesterday and today have started off for Mackenzie Cole. Slow, getting into, she's up in the count and then loses it a little bit, making it 3-2 and having runners on base with no outs on the board.
Here comes another full count pitch on. Cut on and miss, strike 3. Runner going down to second. It throws in time, but the runner gets around the tag and is called safe. But I think she thought she was out. Now she comes off the base and she's back in. That's a very confusing play. I think Peters thought she was out, Claire, and started trotting back into the dugout, but then realized she wasn't, had to go back to second. But Steffen is retired on the strikeout, and there'll be runners on second and third with 1 away as Coach Rourke is going to come out and argue the call down at second base. The throw definitely beat Peters to the bag.
I was more so paying attention to the throw after the tag, considering of how far ahead Rice's throw to short was. It was what was going to happen with the runner on third, because it felt like it was a clear and obvious choice that she was out by a mile at second. However, the umpires agreed or would disagree with that.
Yeah, I think Coach Rourke might be asking for help because, I mean, she looked, from our vantage point, obviously we're not down there on the field. The ball definitely beat her there. It looked like the tag was applied in time. So Haya thought they had a strike him out, throw him out, double play there, but unfortunately, Peters will be awarded the stolen base. They do get the strikeout of Steffen, first strikeout for Cole in the game, and for Peters on the season, that's actually her first stolen base.
A stolen base that I think everyone in the crowd would disagree shouldn't be awarded.
Well, I think Peters thought she was out because she started walking off the base after the throw down. But all that cleared up. Coach Rourke back in the dugout. So runners on second and third with one away. Still no score in the top of the first. That'll bring up the cleanup batter, Alexis Matheny. The lefty, first pitch in, misses outside for a ball. Throw down to the runner at third. She's back in diving safely.
Definitely leaves a bad taste in the Bobcats' mouth considering they just executed a gorgeous double play and the umpires obviously didn't want to award it as they should have. Makes them want to attain that second out even more so than the first.
A 1-0 pitch will miss just off the outside corner for a ball. 2-0 the count now to Alexis Matheny, who comes in on the season batting at .287 with 7 home runs, 26 RBIs. Chance to add a couple more to that total here if she can get a base hit. The 2-0 pitch, that one has popped up in the infield right side and be hauled in by Mackenzie Vaughn, the second baseman, on the fly. So a big out there, as now it's going to take a 2-out base hit for Buffalo to be able to score. So 2 away, that'll bring in Alexis Luzician.
Good tracking by Mackenzie Vaughn just with the infield pop fly and looking for the extra opportunity in case the runner on third was going to tag up.
So now 2 away, runner still at second and third. First pitch swinging is Luzician. She fouls it back into the net behind home plate. She'll be down in the count 0-1. As Luzician didn't record a hit yesterday off Mackenzie Cole, went 0 for 4 in the first game of the doubleheader yesterday. Of course, this being a 4-game series, but due to some weather concerns, they moved the games around a little bit as that 0-1 pitch will catch the outside corner for a called strike, and Cole quickly up on Luzician, 0-2. As Uggan leads off third, Peters off at second. The 0-2 pitch misses high and outside. Easy take there for Luzician. That'll make the count 1-2.
A great start for the Bobcats so far, considering that they have 2 runners on base, 2 outs, and a lot of teamwork coming together to make sure that they are leaving them stranded.
As Mackenzie Cole rocks, fires, 1-2 pitch, misses high for a ball, evens up the count at 2, and then a bluff throw from Brooke Rice, the catcher, over to third base. Trying to keep Uggan close to the bag over there, as they have thrown down to third a couple times already. As Cole comes set, 2-2 pitch. That one is taken for a ball. That's a really close pitch. Nice off-speed pitch there from Cole, but Luzician doesn't chase it. That'll run the count full.
Audibly, the crowd being upset with the gorgeous pitch thrown by Cole just wasn't enough for the Blue to call it in the favor.
Here comes a full count pitch. Swing on a miss, strike 3. Mackenzie Cole able to work her way out of trouble in the top of the first inning, stranding runners on second and third, and Buffalo being held off the board. We head to the bottom of the first inning. Bobcats coming up to bat when we return here. bottom of the first inning here at Ohio's softball field, as it'll be Allie Englert, Katie Young, and Sophia Bernard all due up for the Bobcats in this bottom of the first inning as they look to get an early lead on the Bulls, as it'll be Allie Marcano out on the mound for Buffalo in this one. That she did pitch in Game 1 yesterday and did earn herself the victory on the mound, as that made her 9-10 on the season. She went 6 1/3, giving up 7 hits, 5 runs, only 3 of them earned, 2 walks and 3 strikeouts. The first pitch swinging is Englert. She lines it out into right field and hits off the glove of the right fielder and is down for a base hit. Rounding second, heading for third is Englert. Here comes a throw in, and she's sliding in safely with a leadoff triple to open up this one.
What a way to start off the game for Ohio. I mean, Englert is someone that you don't want getting massive contact with, considering how quick she is on the bases, and she proved it as she rounded second, looking towards third, and even then, Kenzie Rorick was thinking about home had the ball not been thrown in.
It's the first triple on the season for Englert, as she was ready to swing at the first pitch, and now an early RBI chance for Katie Young as she takes the first pitch for a called strike, 0-1. As Katie Young on the season, .333 average. As she swings and grounds that one in between the hole between shortstop and third and out into left field for a base hit. Trotting in to score is Allie Englert. And the first 2 Bobcats reach base safely, a triple and a single back-to-back, and the Bobcats quickly on the board in this one. It's a 1-0 lead in the bottom of the first.
The Bobcats' bats were explosive in the second game. They started finding the groove towards the end of the first, and they have proven that they haven't lost their groove any time between those 2 series.
Here comes the designated player up next, Sophia Bernard. She takes the first pitch high and outside for a ball, 1-0. And Katie Young is a threat to steal over at first. She has stolen 12 bases on the year to this point. The 1-0 pitch, that one is lined out into left field and it will fall in for another base hit. Pulling up to second base standing is Katie Young. Sophia Bernard has herself a single, and the first 3 Bobcats all with base hits. As what a start to this ball game. Bobcats have come out in attack mode at the plate, already with a 1-0 lead, and now 2 runners on for the cleanup batter, Analia Paoli.
It was a slow start to the first game yesterday against Buffalo, and I think watching the girls try and figure out the pitching situation between both sides of the field, offensive and defensively, they lacked a little bit in the bats in the first half of the first game, and obviously they did not let that deter them, and they changed the script in favor of the Cats.
The 1-0 pitch into Paoli is taken on the outside corner for a called strike. That evens up the count at 1 apiece, as Paoli went 1 for 4 with an RBI against Allie Marcano yesterday. As Marcano's come in with the lowest ERA on this Buffalo team, as the 1-1 pitch swung on and fouled while out of play. That makes it count 1-2, but she came in with a 3.59 ERA. This is her 17th appearance on the season, 14th start. 1-2 pitch, check swing from Paoli, but she's able to keep the hands back. Pitch misses well outside for a ball, 2-2 the count.
Paoli, a quiet but mighty hitter, considering that most of the time when she makes her noise, it's not through the cheers, it's through her at-bats and strong plays in the field.
That's Ohio looking for a second straight victory over Buffalo, as they won the second game of the doubleheader yesterday, 8-3. Trying to get to 20-20 on the year. The 2-2 pitch misses high and outside for a ball, and will run the count full to the Bobcats' third baseman. That's a 1-0 lead, as Allie Englert led off this inning with a triple. Already came around to score an RBI single from Katie Young. Full count pitch. That one is swung on and blasted deep down the line and left, but it will hook and land foul in the Bobcats' bullpen. So Paoli will see another full count pitch.
And you wonder maybe if this wind was not so strong, had that gone just a little bit farther towards the right side, if it would have stayed in.
As Marcano looking in the dugout, the left-handed pitcher for Buffalo. She'll rock and fire as that pitch will miss low and outside for a ball. It's a walk. So a good at-bat there from Paoli. She works the count full. And that will load the bases with still nobody out in the bottom of the first. And that will bring in the first baseman, Caroline Spacek.
Marcano already having to have conversations with her infielders, trying to get something under control, considering bases are loaded with no outs on the board, and Caroline Spacek up to bat.
Spacek batting at .237 on the season. His first pitch into her misses outside for a ball, 1-0. With a .237 average, 4 home runs, 19 RBIs, and definitely a chance to add on to that run batted in total here with the sacks full and nobody out in the bottom of the first. 1-0 Ohio lead. Here comes the 1-0 pitch, swung on and lifted high in the air out into fairly shallow center field. Couple steps in as the ball is caught as Young bluffs a bit of a tag up. The throw is cut off to home. So it'll be a fly out to center field for Caroline Spacek. That's the first out of the inning recorded by Buffalo, and that will bring up Mackenzie Vaughn.
Spacek had the right idea during that at-bat to take the first one and look for something nice, and she was just a little bit early with her swing.
First pitch into Mackenzie Vaughn, misses upstairs for a ball, 1-0. As Vaughn went 0 for 3 with a couple of strikeouts when she faced Marcano yesterday. 1-0 pitch, that will catch the strike zone at the letters and even up the count at 1 apiece. As it's Katie Young on third, Sophia Bernard on second, and Analia Paoli off of first base. Ohio looking to hang a crooked number in the first inning. 1-1 pitch, swung on a foul back into the screen behind home plate, and that'll put Vaughn down in the count 1-2.
Vaughn yesterday finished the game with 2 hits, a home run, and 4 RBIs in the second game.
So obviously turned around from the bit of a rough first game. Looking to stay hot here. The 1-2 pitch misses upstairs. It gets away from the catcher. Breaking for the plate as Young. The flip is not in time. And that will be the second run in for the Bobcats this inning on the pass ball by the catcher as Young wasted no time. As soon as that ball got by the catcher, she broke straight for the plate. And she'll come in to score, and all the runners move up as well. Now runners on second and third, and a 2-0 lead for the Bobcats. Here comes a 2-2 pitch to Vaughn. That one misses up high for a ball. Now will run the count full.
Second full count situation Marcano has put herself in.
Here comes the full count pitch. That one is lifted out into center field, fairly deep. It is squeezed with 2 hands by the center fielder. Tagging and coming home is Bernard. She slides in safely. No throw as it's cut off by the first baseman. So good situational hitting there from Vaughn. She gets the sac fly RBI out into center field. As for her on the season, that's RBI number 29. And the Bobcats have a 3-0 lead.
3-0 lead with 2 outs and already in the 7th position within the lineup. Bobcats have been aggressive so far when it comes to base hits and stolen bases.
First pitch into Caitlin Fogue is a called strike. As moving up to third base on the sac fly was Paoli, so now she's just a base away from scoring. It will take a base hit to score, though, with 2 outs. As the 0-1 pitch into Fogue is swung on and popped foul over top the press box. Now to play, and she'll have to protect now with 2 strikes and 2 away in the bottom of the first. Ohio leads Buffalo 3-0. As the 0-2 pitch will miss high and outside for a ball. Easy take there for Fogue. That makes the count 1-2. As Kaylin Fogue in game 1 yesterday went 1 for 2. She's eventually pinch hit for with Alexis Dahl as the 1-2 pitch misses up high for a ball. That will run the count even at 2-2. Marcano trying to get out of this long first inning. 3 runs already in. Another one is out on third base. 2-2 pitch misses high and outside for a ball. Now a run the count full now to back-to-back Ohio hitters. The 3rd time it's happened this inning.
It's also interesting to know that Marcano's thrown the first 2 pitches being strikes and everything else following that a ball.
As that one will miss low and outside. So after falling behind 0-2, Fogue's able to battle all the way back in the count to work the walk. And now there'll be runners on the corners with 2 away for the left fielder, Emily Walker.
With runners on first and third, it is not something to be expected is Fogue looking to take another stolen bag. She's 11 for 15 on stolen bases this season.
First pitch misses inside for a ball. Gets away a bit from the catcher, Ken Cannon, but she's able to corral it before anybody moves. The count is 1-0 to Emily Walker as the freshman comes in batting .298 on the season, as she will check her swing on that one. The pitch is a called strike anyway, and that will run the count even at 1-1.
Coming into playing with Ohio, she batted .434, averaged for the season, and had 5 home runs during her high school career with 32 RBIs and won Offensive Player of the Year in 2017.
Yeah, she's one of a couple freshmen that have played a lot of games for Ohio this year, and obviously that's going to be beneficial down the road as the 2-1 pitch misses high and outside for a ball. 3-1 the count now. As Paoli's on third base, Caitlin Fogue on first. 3 runs already in this inning. 2 away, 3-1 pitch, and it's another walk as that one will miss high and inside for a ball. And once again, for the 2nd time this inning, Ohio will have the bases loaded, and that will bring up the catcher, Brooke Rice, as Ohio is now batted around here in this 1st inning.
What a way to make a statement, and rightfully so. Coach of Buffalo taking some time to talk with Marcano to see what's going on in the mound, considering this is the 2nd time that Ohio has had bases loaded. And with 2 outs, they're so close to closing this out, but just can't seem to make it work.
And, I mean, already in this 1st inning, Marcano has more walks than she did in her entire outing in the game yesterday that she pitched in. As the mound visit comes to an end, Marcano will stay in the game as Brooke Rice, the catcher, will look to keep the big 1st inning alive as Rice comes in batting .186 on the season, the senior catcher, with a couple of doubles and a home run, along with 11 RBIs, a chance to add a couple more here with the sacks full. First pitch into Brooke Rice, misses up high for a ball, 1-0.
Rice added with a base hit yesterday in the 1st game, and then in the 2nd game had a home run as well.
The 1-0 pitch swung on and lined out into the gap in deep left center field, and will one hop the wall. 1 run is in, a 2nd run coming in, the 3rd runner all the way from first being waved in. It's a bases clearing double for Brooke Rice. And a big 1st inning for the Bobcats here. There's now 6 on the board as RBI 6, 7, and 8 for Rice on the year. And now it looks like we're going to see a pitching change here in this 1st inning as Claire Rice jumped all over that pitch. And there was no one in that Buffalo outfield that was going to be able to get to that one.
No, she found that ball from the inside pitch and drove it to the left side of the field, finding the pocket between the 2 outfielders. And it wasn't close enough within reach for either of them to crash in on it. They had quick base runners and aggressive base running skills, all at the discretion of Rourke just directing the girls in, and leaving Brooke at 2nd is so impressive, considering the field day that she had yesterday during the 2nd game. Nothing has stopped Brooke.
The bats are staying hot for Ohio as they have batted around here in this 1st inning. 6 runs have come across, 2 away, as we will have a pitching change, and we'll update you on the change after this break as Ohio looks to continue to add on to this 6-run lead. As the new pitcher on the mound for Buffalo will be Julia Tarantino, as she comes into this one with a ERA just below 6, 5.97 on the year. This is her 15th appearance on the season, as she tries to sort out the mess, as Allie Englert led this whole inning off with a triple to lead off the bottom of the first, and eventually came around to score on the RBI single from Katie Young, as Englert swings, grounds that one. It's a one-hopper over to third. Strong throw over to first in time to retire the side, but not before Ohio is able to plate 6 runs in the bottom of the first inning and jump out to an early 6-run lead over the Bulls. We head to the top of the second inning, as Mackenzie Cole will return back out on the mound for the Bobcats. It's the top of the second inning here at Ohio softball field. As well, Claire, you can't ask for much more out of a first inning at the plate. 6 runs on 4 hits and a couple walks as well helped Ohio out, but they picked up right where they left off in that second game yesterday.
With the 6 runs, it makes you feel like you're a little bit farther into the 7-inning game that softball has. In reality, it's only the top of the second, and the Bobcats have everything working in their favor today.
As this is Madison Fairman, the second baseman, up at the plate. First pitch from Mackenzie Cole will catch the outside corner for a called strike, 0-1. Of course, when you're a pitcher, you get a big lead like this. It helps calm you down and just realize you can just go out there and pump the strike zone. Don't have to worry about, giving up a run or two because you have such a big lead.
It definitely makes the padding and the amount of pressure feel a little bit alleviated. Of course, pitchers still have to do their job and pump out the strikes and make sure that they're hitting their spots within the zone. However, having a 6-0 lead going into the second inning reminds you that this is a team game more than just a pitching battle.
The 1-1 pitch will miss inside and maybe a touch high, 2-1 the count. As Furneman comes in, just batting .190 on the season. As Cole, the 2-1 pitch, that one will miss outside for a ball, and that will run the count to 3-1 into the Buffalo second baseman, as it will be Furneman, followed by Brianna Castro and Jenna Richmond, all due up this inning for the Bulls. As Brooke Rice will call time for a second, go out and talk to Mackenzie Cole, trying to settle her down. As in the game one yesterday, Furneman went 1 for 4, but it was a big hit, as it was an RBI base hit for her in the one hit she had in the game yesterday. As the quick little mound visit is over, Brooke Rice back behind home plate. Cole will rock and fire. 3-1 pitch swung on and looped out into shallow center field. And that one's going to fall in for a base hit. So Furneman will lead off the top half of the second with a single out in the center field, and that will bring up Brianna Castro, the shortstop. As that's a second hit given up by Mackenzie Cole to this point. But Claire, neither one of them were really the hardest hit balls, just hitting the perfect spot both times.
Right, and that's sometimes all it needs to be done to get the ball rolling per se, and having a base runner on the bag for Buffalo gives them a starting point to move forward with as Castro takes her second try, going 1-0 in the count so far.
As here comes the 1-0 pitch. That one swung on and popped high in foul ground down the third baseline. But ranging over into foul territory is Paoli. She'll make the catch a couple steps away from the third base coaching box.
Number 7.
So good recovery there from Cole to get the pop out in foul ground. And there's one away. Still a runner on first base. That'll bring up the right fielder, Jenna Richmond. As for Jenna Richmond on the year, comes into this one batting .192 as that first pitch will catch the outside corner for a called strike. Nothing and 1 the count. As of course Cole had to work out of some trouble in the first inning. She had runners on second and third with only 1 out, but was able to get a pop up to second and a strikeout to avoid giving up a run as that one's popped out into the right side of the infield. Ranging a couple steps to her right and making the two-handed grab is Mackenzie Vaughn. So after the leadoff single, a couple of pop-ups into the infield. Now there's 2 away for the number 9 batter, Olivia Kincannon.
Just a little bit too early of these swings coming from Buffalo, dropping the shoulder and popping it up into the infield because they're not being patient enough in the box. And even if they are down an 0-2 count, they still have another chance to reevaluate when to truly strike.
Kincannon swings at the first pitch, hits it off the end of the bat and fouls it towards the first base dugout. She'll be down in the count 0-1 with 2 away in the top of the second. Ohio leading Buffalo 6-0. 0-1 pitch is swung on again. This one's fouled off. This one will get up and over the stands out of play, and Kincannon quickly down to Mackenzie Cole, 0-2.
Mackenzie Cole being up early in the count shows how desperate that UB is to try and make some contact to put the bat on the ball.
0-2 pitch. That one will miss off the plate for a ball. Good spot there from Cole. That's not a bad pitch there, up in the count 0-2. As they'll make the count 1-2 with 2 away. As the 1-2 pitch swung on and lined out into left field. Now will get down for a base hit. As up with it is Emily Walker. She'll fire it into third base. But Kincannon smoked that ball out in the left field. Now there'll be a couple of base runners as the lineup will turn over to Anna Uggen.
Back to the top of the lineup, and her last at bat made it just all the way around and short of home.
First pitch bounces in the dirt and gets away from the catcher Rice, and moving up to second and third are the 2 runners. As that's a big wild pitch there, is now a base hit in the outfield. You'd have to assume both runners are probably going to have a shot to come in to score. As now Coach Rourke will come out and talk to Cole after the wild pitch. But Uggen is a dangerous batter, and it's probably what Coach Rourke's going to be talking about is on the season, Claire, 14 homers, 29 RBIs, and, when you're doing that at the top of the order, I mean, it's pretty impressive.
It's impressive, but it's also a threat to Cole, considering that there's 2 base runners on, and having the leadoff batter being the strongest one on the team as well makes it for dangerous situations for Ohio to potentially have their lead cut in half just in one swing.
And as you mentioned, she did homer in both of the games yesterday as well. So Ohio has been burned by Uggen in this series to this point. Coming in batting .454. You'll take that from your leadoff batter. As a mound visit is over, the 1-0 pitch, that one will be a called strike, even at the count at 1 apiece. But as Claire mentioned a couple minutes ago, Uggen in her first at-bat to lead off the ball game drew a walk and got stranded at third base. as Furneman is on third, Kincannon on second. 2 away, 6-0 Ohio lead top. As a check swing, they're going to appeal down to the field umpire, and he's going to say no swing, so the pitch is a ball, and now Huggins up in the count 2-1. As Cole looking to tightrope her way out of trouble once again as she got out of a second and third situation in the first inning. 2-1 pitch. That one's laced down the line in left field, and that one will fall and bounce off the wall. Run is in. Here comes a second run, pulling into second standing with a 2-out, 2 RBI double is Anna Uggen. She adds 2 more RBIs to her season total, make that 30 and 31 on the year. As now it is a 6-2 ball game here in the top of the second.
Both teams equivalent with the amount of hits that they have at 4 apiece. However, Ohio has just been aggressive when it comes to their base running skills, and Uggen doing a majority of the bat work for Buffalo.
First pitch into Peters is swung on and fouled off the end of the bat into the backstop. As Cole trying to limit any more damage in the inning. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. That one will catch the inside corner for a called strike, and quickly down in the count is Alicia Peters, 0-2. Mackenzie Cole will rock and fire. 0-2 pitch, swung and grounded slowly over to second base. Vaughn will field it on a couple hops, throw it on the first in time to retire the side. As Buffalo is able to get a couple of the runs back they gave up in the first inning, but Mackenzie Cole able to bear down and get the final out of the inning. It's the 62 score. We head to the bottom of the second here at Ohio softball field. Ohio looking to keep the bats hot as we move on. It'll be 2, 3, and 4 due up for Ohio in this bottom of the second inning. Katie Young followed by Sophia Bernard and Analia Paoli. As they scored 6 runs in the bottom of the first inning. First pitch into Young will be a called strike. 0-1 the count is in Young's first at-bat in the bottom of the first inning. She had an RBI single out in the left field and eventually came around to score. 0-1 pitch will miss just a bit upstairs for a ball. He ends up the count at 1 apiece. As the 1-1 pitch will catch the zone for a called strike, 1 and 2, as Tarantino still out on the mound for Buffalo as she came in and got the final out of the first inning as they chased the starter Marcano after only getting 2 outs. 1-2 pitch swung on line right to the third baseman as that one will be hauled in on the flies. That's Stefan over there at third base. So Young hit that one hard, but unfortunately unable to find a gap. And the leadoff batter is retired for Ohio in the bottom of the second. That'll bring up the DP, Sophia Bernard.
Good placement, just to the wrong person.
As Bernard also had a single in her first at-bat. She's 1 for 1 so far in the game. She takes a big rip at the first pitch and comes up empty, 0-1 the count. as the 0-1 pitch will miss inside for a ball, evens at the count at 1 apiece.
Last at bat for Bernard had a single to left field, making it full bases loaded for Ohio.
1-1 pitch is popped high in the air in the infield. It looks like it's going to be the shortstop Castro calling everybody off and making the catch, kind of down by her side there.
Analia Paoli.
But Bernard just a little bit underneath that one, and the first 2 Bobcat batters are retired as Tarantino declares done a good job kind of steadying the ship as she's retired all 3 batters that she's faced.
Tarantino did not let the chaos of the first inning get to her after watching Marcano just fall apart.
First pitch into Paoli is a called strike, 0-1 to count. As Paoli drew a walk back in the first inning and eventually came around to score. That's the 6-2 ball game. 0-1 pitch misses just inside. Good take there from Paoli, evens up the count at 1-1. As Tarantino rock and fire, 1-1 pitch. That one will catch the inside corner for a called strike, and now Paoli finds herself down in the count 1-2 with 2 away here in the bottom of the second.
Paoli, one of the strong freshmen that come into the Ohio Bobcats roster.
1-2 pitch taken upstairs for a ball.
Paoli comes into this season after playing for Ohio Outlaws as well as Albert Gallatin Senior High School and averaging a .484 batting percentage along with a .542 on-base percentage.
2-2 pitches. Paoli kind of had to lift the foot to avoid getting hit by that one, but that'll run the count full as this is the second full count she's seen in the game so far. Very good at working these at-bats early on in this game as the Bobcats work 3 walks in the bottom of the first inning. The payoff pitch swung on, it chopped over to short, fielded on a couple hops by Castro. Throw on the first is not in time. It's going to be an infield single for Paoli. As Castro probably should have charged that one if she wanted a chance to throw Paoli out at first. It was a high chopper off the dirt. And Paoli able to hustle it out for an infield single. So Caroline Spacek will get a chance to bat here in the second inning.
There was a lot of airtime off of those bounces coming off the dirt, and it gave the shortstop the opportunity to charge that ball in just a little bit to anticipate getting a closer range throw too. But she let the bounces take their course and took the safe route.
First pitch into Spacek misses high and outside for a ball 1-0 as Spacek 0 for 1 so far in the game. Flew out to center field for the first out of the inning back in the first.
During the first game with Caroline, she had a double against Buffalo in the first game.
And of course, there was a doubleheader between these 2 teams yesterday. Buffalo winning the first game 7-5. Ohio took game 2 8-3, and of course the doubleheader here today as well. As game 2 will be played about 20 minutes after the conclusion of this game here. As 2-0 pitch swung on and lined out. Nice backhanded stop by the second baseman for Buffalo, as that is Furneman. She'll make the throw on to first in time to retire the side. As after the big first inning, Ohio goes down quietly in the second, stranding a runner at first bases. No runs, 1 hit, 1 left on base, heading to the top of the third. Ohio leading it by 4, 6-2 against Buffalo. Top of the third inning here at Ohio softball field as Ohio jumped out to an early 6-0 lead, hanging a 6th spot in the bottom of the first. Buffalo was able to get a couple back on a 2 RBI double from Anna Uggan, as it'll be the heart of the order duo for Buffalo: Rachel Steffen, Alexis Matheny, and Alexis Luzishin. 3, 4, and 5. Mackenzie Cole back out on the mound for her third inning. First pitch misses outside for a ball to Steffen. Real close one. 1-0 count as Steffen struck out swinging back in the first inning. One of 2 strikeouts for Mackenzie Cole to this point. As the 1-0 pitch bounces in the dirt. Nice block there from the catcher, Rice. But now Steffen well ahead in the count, 2-0.
Cole struggling getting that low pitch to work in her favor. Every time she's tried throwing it, it's hit the dirt.
2-0 pitch into Steffen. That one will catch the top of the strike zone for a called strike, 2-1. Yeah, Steffen does have some power, 6 home runs and 21 RBIs for her this season. She comes in with the second highest average on the Bulls roster at .333. The 2-1 pitch will miss high and outside for a ball. And now Steffen in the driver's seat, up 3-1.
Steffen yesterday with an impressive 2 home runs to her name in the first game.
The 3-1 delivery, that one will miss outside for ball 4. The second walk issued by Mackenzie Cole to this point. And for the third straight inning, Buffalo has a leadoff batter on base, as that will bring up the cleanup batter, Alexis Matheny. As first pitch in to Matheny, misses outside for a ball, 1-0. As Cole has had to work her way out of trouble. She stranded runners on second and third in the first inning, and then had runners on second and third with 2 outs in the second, and then Uggan had the 2 RBI double. As 1-0 pitch will miss inside for a ball, 2-0.
It was Matheny's first recorded double on the season.
As Cole long look into the dugout, spins the ball in her right hand. Now the 2-0 pitch, that one will catch the outside corner for a called strike, 2-1. As Ohio looking for a victory to get to 500 on the season. They currently sit at 19-20. Here comes a 2-1 pitch. That one misses outside for a ball, and 3-1 the count now to Matheny, as Cole is close to walking the first 2 batters here of this third inning.
With Matheny being up in the count, she can be particular about what pitch she wants to take, and if she likes it, she'll take it, but there's no need to be swinging at everything that's within the strike zone.
Here comes a 3-1 pitch. That one swung on a fly out into left center field. Moving over is the center fielder angled a few steps to her right. She'll make the 2-handed squeeze on the run in left center field. So a good recovery pitch there from Cole. She gets the fly out to center field. 1 away now. Still a runner on first base for Alexis Luzishin.
Still leaves Steffen stranded on first base, not getting any prime opportunity to even look for a stolen bag or 2.
First pitch into Luzishin, check swing, and the home plate umpire's going to say she went around. The count will be 0-1. As Luzishin 0 for 1 so far in the game, she struck out to end the top of the first inning. As the 0-1 delivery from Cole is swung on and cued over to second. Spot check's going to go to second for the lead runner, and they're going to get her out. The relay throw back to first is not in time. So it'll be a 3-6 put out. And a fielder's choice will allow Luzishin to get to first base safely, but now 2 away in the inning. Runner still on first base. I'll bring in Madison Furniman.
A good look by Spacek to take advantage of the
First pitch into Furneman. Nice changeup is taken for a called strike at the knees. As that's the pitch, Claire, you talked about earlier. Cole hasn't been able to really execute, but she snapped off a good one there.
The more times you throw it, the better it'll get with time, and it's just a matter of working it before.
0-1 pitch grounded to short. They'll go to the easy out at second base as Mackenzie Vaughn covering the bag. She'll squeeze it, and the side is retired in the third inning. So despite the leadoff walk, Mackenzie Cole is able to settle down and retire the side in the third inning. As no runs, no hits, one runner left on base, heading to the bottom of the third. Bobcats looking to add on to their 4-run lead here at OSF. Third inning, it'll be 6, 7, and 8 due up for the Bobcats. Mackenzie Vaughn, Caitlin Fogue, and Emily Walker is remaining out on the mound for Buffalo is Julia Tarantino. She's had some pretty good success retiring 4 of the 5 batters she has faced at this point after Ohio jumped on Buffalo early, a 6-run first inning. As the first pitch into Mackenzie Vaughn misses high and outside for a ball, 1-0. As the wind starting to whip here at Ohio's softball field. As it's a brisk day, to say the least, Claire, for it being the middle of May, as the 1-0 pitch swung on and popped down the right field line of foul territory. Ranging over is the right fielder. She'll make the catch on the run. That's a nice play out there by Jenna Richmond, reaching out to make that play in foul ground, and Mackenzie Vaughn will be retired to lead off the bottom of the third.
Richmond had a nice shoestring grab, and I don't even think she realized she had it in her glove till she pulled it back up, coming towards the away bullpen, and her teammates cheering and realizing she had it in the edge of the glove.
As Caitlin Fogue, she walked in the first inning and came around to score on the 3 RBI double from Brooke Rice as the first pitch misses high for a ball, 1-0.
Fogue, a transfer from Mizzou. In 2020, she played 26 games and averaged a .242 batting average, with 2 homers, 2 doubles, and 3 triples, scoring 11 runs and 13 RBIs.
She's been a pretty consistent fixture in the lineup at right field throughout the season. She's up in the count 2-0 now. Here comes the pitch from Tarantino. That one is swung on and popped foul out of play behind home plate. As that'll make the count 2-1.
Fogue this season so far with a .440 slugging average and a .298 batting average.
The 2-1 pitch misses up high for a ball. That runs the count to 3-1. We talked about this earlier, Claire. I mean, hitting is, this Ohio team, that's what they're able to do extremely well this year.
As long as they can keep the bats moving and working in their favor, the hitting becomes a domino effect across the roster.
3-1 pitch. That one is lined out into deep right center field. It's going to one-hop the wall. Rounding first and heading to second is Fogue. She's in there standing with the one-out double. As Fogue jumped all over that 3-1 pitch and hit it out in the alley into right center field. As now a runner in scoring position, 1 away. That brings in the left fielder, Emily Walker.
Walker, yet another freshman that has made some noise here for Ohio and having a base runner in scoring position. And the last time she got a walk onto the bases
As a bunt attempt on the first pitch from Emily Walker, and she pops it foul behind home plate. 0-1 will be the count. As for Fogue on the season, that is her 6th double, as she hit that one right on the button out into right center field. As the corners are now brought in after the first pitch bunt attempt from Emily Walker. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. She'll take that one inside for a ball. Evens up the count at 1-1.
Smart thought from Kinsey Rohrer, calling for the bunt attempt from the third baseline to try and move Caitlin Fogue just a little bit closer to home plate.
Here comes a 1-1 pitch. Walker cuts at it and misses, and she'll be down at the count 1-2.
A nice pitch with a solid attempt.
As Tarantino, first time she's really had any traffic out on the base pad since coming in the first inning. As the 1-2 delivered to Walker, misses up high and outside for a ball. Evens up the count at 2. As all 6 of the runs that Ohio has scored are charged to the starting pitcher, Ali Marcano, as she just couldn't get it going like she had it in her victory against Ohio yesterday. 2-2 pitch will miss high and outside again, and Emily Walker has worked herself a full count with 1 away. Bottom 3rd inning, 6-2, Ohio leads Buffalo.
Being deep in the lineup, you can work the count in your favor, even though she was down 1-2 at one point. She's worked her way back.
Full count pitch to Emily Walker. She's able to stay alive and foul it back into the backstop behind home plate as the count remains full. And of course, if Walker can get on base, you have Brooke Rice in the on-deck circle, who already roped the 3-run double back in the first inning. As a full count pitch into Walker, that one will miss high and inside for a ball. As Walker, after falling behind in the count, 1-2, able to work the walk, the second walk she's drawn so far in the game. And now that'll bring in Brooke Rice, who, as we just mentioned, a 3-run double back in the first inning.
Rice, the Mason, Ohio native and former Comet herself, is the .265 average with a .392 slugging percentage this season.
First pitch is a called strike right down the middle, 0-1. As Tarantino looks in, Kaylin Fogue on second. On first, Emily Walker. The 0-1 pitch misses inside for a ball. Evens up the count at 1. As Tarantino, the righty, will rock and fire. 1-1 pitch swung on and fouled back behind home plate. That'll put Brooke Rice down to count 1-2.
Nothing that Rice can't handle per se. I mean, she is down 1-2. However, with runners in scoring position and 1 on first, it gives her the opportunity to keep fighting.
1-2 pitch called, strike 3. First strikeout of the game to this point for Tarantino, as that's a big second out. As now the lineup will turn over for the leadoff batter, Allie Anglett, with runners still on first and second.
A big second out done in a nice fashion as well, considering it was a looking strikeout with no attempt made at all.
So, with the lefty Anglett being in the box, the corners will be brought up as Anglett 1 for 2 so far in the game. First pitch will catch the outside corner for a called strike. As Anglett led off the bottom of the first with a triple and eventually came around to scores, also grounded out to third base, as that triple was her first on the season. As she squares and bunts the 0-1 pitch and gets it down, and you're not going to get her. She is so quick up the first baseline. It's going to be a bunt single there for Anglett. That will load the bases now for Katie Young.
And now to bat for the Bobcats, number 8, Katie Young.
First baseman from Buffalo, and just couldn't get there quick enough and could not put it in her glove and get the transfer correct. And that's the thing with softball baseball, is you have to have 3 things done correctly in an order, and if one of those 3 missing components, it gives the other team an upper hand.
First pitch into Katie Young with the bases loaded. She'll take the pitch for a called strike, 0-1. But Englert really placed that one pretty perfectly right in between, the circle and first base. And it didn't even matter if she fielded it cleanly. They probably weren't going to get Englert at first with how fast she is.
It's a trap zone.
Young belts that one out into deep left center field. Back at the wall, and that ball is gone! It's a grand slam off the bat of Katie Young, and Ohio opens this one up. It's now a 10-2 lead here in the bottom of the third.
Katie Young just saw that and ripped it over the center field wall and took the rest of her Bobcat team into home.
And now to bat, number 25, Sophia Bernard.
What a blast there from Katie Young. She's able to add home run number 9 on the season. Takes her RBI total to 25. As that's what she's been doing since she's arrived here, Claire. She's been one of the most consistent hitters throughout the program over the past few years and just continues it there.
And Young will be returning for next season, as every player has had the option to take a gap year because of coronavirus, but that gives them an extra year to play, and Young will be returning next year.
It always makes it tough when there's a grand slam, you're keeping a book. There's a lot of coloring to do. Of course, got to try to keep up with the action as the 1-0 pitch into Bernard is called a ball, and she'll be up on the count 2-0.
And it's funny you mentioned that there wasn't much base traffic starting at the beginning of this, Joey, and then all of a sudden Katie Young comes up and changes the subject on that.
As Bernard takes a cut at the 2-0 pitch and fouls it over top the first base dugout, and out of play. As here comes the 2-1 pitch. Bernard will take it up high for a ball, and that'll make the count 3-1. As Bernard so far in the game, 1 for 2, had a single in the first inning, and also popped up to short. And having to follow up some fireworks after, that ball was hit a long way. It's one of those where if you're an outfielder, you can probably just turn and look because you know it's out.
And as they were tracking that, you could tell in their eyes that it was not anything near their glove. So once they hit the warning track, they just gave up.
As that pitch will catch the strike zone for a called strike, that'll run the count full with 2 away. Bottom of the third inning, Ohio leads at 10-2. Here comes full count pitch to Bernard. She'll take it, strike 3 called. So that will retire the side, but not before 4 runs come in to score on the grand slam from Katie Young as she opens this one up, doubling the Ohio lead. It's 10-2 heading into the top of the 4th inning as Ohio will look to hold on to this one and get back to above 500 on the season. Top of the 4th inning here at OSF as Katie Young launched a grand slam in the bottom of the 3rd inning to put Ohio up 10-2 over Buffalo. This will be the bottom of the order due up for the Bulls, Brianna Castro, followed by Jenna Richmond and Olivia Kincannon. As Mackenzie Cole once again pitching with a big lead. And Claire, we kind of talked about this earlier on the broadcast. Always good with a pitcher when you can get a big lead because you don't have to worry about, being perfect. You can just go out there, throw strikes. It's okay if you give up a run or two because your offense has built up such a big lead for you.
And it's having confidence within the rest of your lineup and your defense as well. I mean, 0 errors for Ohio thus far, and having 8 hits on the board certainly helps as well.
First pitch swinging is Castro. She'll fly that one high out into right field. Making the catch is Caitlin Fogue. So 1 pitch, 1 out in the top of the 4th inning. Castro's retired. That'll bring up the right fielder, Jenna Richmond.
Richmond was 1-0 or 0-1 in the count with their last at bat and ended up having an infield fly.
Popped up to second base for the 2nd out back in the 2nd inning. As Mackenzie Cole rocks fires. First pitch into Richmond. Misses high and outside for a ball. That'll put her up in the count 1-0. If Ohio can pick up a victory, they'll get to an even 20-20 on the season. As the 1-0 pitch misses low for a ball. 2-0 the count. And of course, it also put them at 16-15 in conference play as they currently sit at 4th in the MAC. As Cole, 2-0 pitch. That one will come right down the middle for a called strike. And that runs the count 2-1 to Jenna Richmond. Cole so far in the game has had a lot of traffic out on the base paths. In the 1st inning, she's stranded runners on 2nd and 3rd. As the 2-1 pitch swung on and grounded. Gets by the mound off the glove. Throw on to first from Vaughn on the run. Very nice play as looked like Cole was going to field that one from the circle herself, but it nipped off her glove. Good job by Vaughn being there to back her up and making the strong throw over to first. As the first 2 Buffalo batters are retired in the 4th inning, that'll bring up Olivia Kincannon.
Strong muscle memory that came from Vaughn to naturally drift towards the center of the diamond, and knowing that Cole had it, or watching the ball tip the edge of the glove from Cole, put her in the right position to still make the ground out.
First pitch misses outside for a ball, 1-0. We actually have a pinch hitter for Kincannon. Now batting is Karina Catalano. As Catalano on the year batting just 188 as the 1-0 pitch misses high and inside for a ball. That'll make the count 2-0. And now Brooke Rice will call time and go out to talk to Mackenzie Cole. But Catalano only 16 at-bats on the year and 3 hits. And all those hits being singles. As Coach Rourke will also make her way out to talk to Cole real quick. As if she's able to get the batter out here, it'll be her first 3-up, 3-down inning of the ballgame to this point. As now a strong wind gust blows some dirt up. Everybody's ducking out in the infield, trying to protect the eyes. As the mound visit is over. First pitch into Catalino, swung on and poked out into shallow right field, and will fall in for a base hit as Mackenzie Vaughn will pick it up off the ground on a hop. But it's a pinch hit base hit there for Karina Catalano, and now the lineup will turn over, and that'll bring up Anna Uggen.
Catalano did exactly what she needed to do, and that was make a single and put a base runner onto the bags, making Uggen feel a little more comfortable coming up into the lineup.
And Uggen has had a big series to this point, as now we're going to get a pinch runner over at first. That's going to be, looks like Michaela Martin, number 15. And of course, that's probably the courtesy runner for the catcher, going over to first base there. But Uggen has had a big series at this point. Homers in both of the games in the doubleheader yesterday. She has an RBI double in the game today, as she came into the game and the series batting well above 400, 454 on the year, as the first pitch of the changeup taken for a called strike, 0-1.
Uggen really being the powerhouse hitter for Buffalo and being the leadoff batter with that always gives a little bit of a cushion instead of putting her into the cleanup spot within your lineup.
Well, Cole's come right after this at-bat as that pitch also catches the inside corner for a called strike. 0-2, 2 away, top of fourth, 10-2. The 0-2 pitch from Cole misses high and outside for a ball. That makes it count 1-2. Brooke Rice bluffs a throw back over to first. In standing is Martin.
Cole determined to retire Uggan and make sure Uggan does not put any more damage to the scoreboard that she already has with the 2 recorded hits.
1-2 pitch bounces in the dirt. Nice block there from the catcher Rice to keep that one in front of her and keep Martin at first base. But it'll even up the count at 2 apiece to Uggan. As Cole, long look into the dugout, spins the ball in her right hand. Now she'll rock fire. The 2-2 pitch swung on and fouled back behind home plate into the backstop, and we'll do it all over again at 2-2. As Uggan back now in the right-handed box. Ready to see another 2-2 pitch. As Cole will deal to her again. That one is flied out into deep right field. Taking a couple steps back is the right fielder Fogue, and she'll make the catch on the fly to retire the side. So fairly harmless inning there for Mackenzie Cole out in the circle, as no runs on 1 hit, no errors, 1 runner left on base. Heading in the bottom 4, Ohio leads it over Buffalo 10-2 in the first half of the doubleheader this evening. Back here at OSF for the first of 2 games today between Ohio and Buffalo, as the 2 teams split the first doubleheader yesterday. And Ohio leading this one 10-2. Middle of the order due up 4, 5, and 6 for the Bobcats, as it's Paoli, Spacek, and Vaughn.
For the Ohio Bobcats, number 3, Analia Paoli.
As for Analia Paoli in the game so far, she drew a walk back in the bottom of the first and came around to score, and then singled her last time up. As still out on the mound is Julia Tarantino for Buffalo, as the first pitch into Paoli is a called strike on the outside corner. 0-1 the count. As Tarantino takes a look down at the wrist for the pitch and brings in a changeup on the 0-1 pitch, and that one will be a called strike as well, as Paoli quickly down in the count, 0-2.
An interesting placement for the changeup to come so early on in the count.
0-2 pitch into Paoli, swung on and popped high back behind home plate. Ranging over is the catcher, as that is Kincannon. She'll make the catch on the fly to retire Paoli, and the leadoff batter for the Bobcats retired in the bottom of the fourth. That'll bring in the first baseman, Caroline Spacek. Spacek 0 for 2 so far in the game. Flew out to center field in the first inning, then grounded out to second. Her last time up, she lines that one in between first and second. Will hit off the second baseman's glove on the diving attempt and get out into right field for a base hit. So Spacek will get in the hit column. That's the 9th hit for the Bobcats so far in the ball game. And now there'll be a 1-out base runner for Mackenzie Vaughn, the second baseman.
Bond started off the third inning with a fly out, making it the first of 3, or making it the first out, per se.
She swings and pokes that one into shallow center field, and making the catch over the shoulder on the run is Furneman for Buffalo. So
Next
first
at the
ball
bat for the
swinging
Bobcats,
was
number
Mackenzie
11,
Vaughn, and she's unable to find outfield grass. She's now 0 for 2 in the ball game. They'll bring in the right fielder, Caitlin Fogg. First pitch into Fogg, catches the inside corner for a called strike, 0-1. As Fogg, 1 for 1 in the game, walked and came around to score in the first inning, then roped a double out in the right center fielder last time up, and of course trotted in to score on the grand slam from Katie Yunn. As the 0-1 pitch, that's another called strike, this time on the outside part of the plate, and Fogg quickly down in the count, 0-2 with 2 away. Caroline Spotcheck on first base. Bobcats leading at 10-2. 0-2 pitch. That one is swung and hit high in the air out into left center field. Looks like it's going to be the center fielder, Matheny, who will make the catch in the alley to retire the side. Bobcats go down quietly in the bottom of the 4th inning as no runs on 1 hit, no errors, 1 runner left on base. Hanging top 5, Ohio leading it by 8. 3 more outs away from a potential victory when we return here for the first leg of the doubleheader. It'll be 2, 3, and 4 due up for Buffalo in this top of the 5th inning as Ohio leads it 10-2, and the magic number is 8 after 5 innings for the run rule. So if Ohio is able to get 3 outs without giving up a run here in this inning, they will earn the victory and take the first of 2 between Buffalo. They also grabbed the lead in the weekend series 2-1 as these 2 teams played yesterday. Buffalo winning game 1 7-5. Ohio took game 2 8-3. As it's Alicia Peters leading off for Buffalo, the designated player. She check swings at the first pitch, and it's a called strike anyway from the home plate umpire, 0-1. As Peters so far in this game, 1 for 2, had a soft single down the right field line back in the first inning, got stranded at second base as she swings and chops that one up the third base line, but it will roll to the left of the bag, foul. And quickly up in the count is Mackenzie Cole, 0-2. Peters also grounded out to second base in her only other at-bat in the game to this point.
Peters is a transfer into UB from Sierra College, where she earned 3 letters and captained 1 season.
0-2 pitch hit off the end of the bat and fouled back into the backstop behind home plate. Count will remain 0-2. As Mackenzie Cole looking to earn the victory for the Bobcats out on the mound if she's able to see this one out, as the 0-2 pitch swung on and popped foul and catches the top of the backstop and lands in the stands. As it would be her 10th victory on the season if Cole were able to protect this 10-2 lead that has been built up for as Ohio scored 6 runs in the bottom of the first and then added 4 more on a grand slam from Katie Yun in the bottom of the third. Only 2 runs from Buffalo came on a 2 RBI double in the second from Anna Uggen. As time was called by Peters in the box, now she's back in the right-handed batter's box. Mackenzie Cole will rock and fire. The 0-2 pitch, change up, strike 3. Nice off-speed pitch there as she gets Peters well out in front of that one. Third strikeout of the ball game for Mackenzie Cole, and the leadoff batter is retired here in the top of the 5th. It'll bring in the 3-hole batter, Rachel Steffen.
A strong pitch from Cole, making Peters pay for taking the time in between pitches.
As that was definitely the best changeup she snapped off in the game so far today. As the first pitch into Rachel Steffen will miss out, actually catch the outside corner. Late strike call there. 0-1. As Rachel Steffen 0 for 1, she struck out swinging back in the first inning and also walked and was eventually retired at second base on a fielder's choice. As the 0-1 pitch will miss low and outside for a ball, evens up the count at 1 apiece. As Cole will take a look into the dugout, get the sign from Coach Rourke, and she'll rock fire. The 1-1 pitch misses high and outside for a ball. That will put Steffen up in the count 2-1.
Steffen, one of the many freshmen that start for these Division I teams, comes from Williamsville, New York, where she played for Williamsville East High School.
The 2-1 delivery swung on a foul back behind home plate and well out of play. As that will even the count at 2 apiece. Ohio looking for an even 20 victories on the year if they're able to hold on to this 8-run lead. As it's a 2-2 count, 1 away, top of the 5th, 10-2. Bobcats lead the Bulls. Cole, here comes the 2-2 pitch. That one will just miss off the outside corner for a ball, as some of the umpires in the stands really wanted that call. But Steffen will live to see another pitch, and the count runs full at 3-2. As Cole will come set, full count pitch, and that will draw the walk as that will pitch misses well outside. As Rachel Steffen will toss the bat, trot up the first baseline, so there'll be a 1-out base runner now for the cleanup batter, Alexis Matheny.
Once again, 1 runner on the bag for Buffalo. Now it's just a matter of can they do something with it, because the Bobcats are only 2 outs away from that magic number.
First pitch into Matheny will catch the outside corner for a called strike, 0-1. As Alexis Matheny to this point, 0 for 2. She popped up to second base and also flew out to center field in her 2 at-bats in this one. 0-1 pitch swung on and poked in between first and second, and that will get out into right field. Now it's mishandled by Fogue, and a roll all the way to the wall. Being sent in to score is Steffen all the way from first, and moving up to third is Alexis Matheny, as it was a single out in the right field, but Fogue unable to handle it, so the error will allow Matheny to move all the way up to third base and allow Steffen to come in to score, as that'll make the score 10-3 now here in the top of the 5th inning.
Buffalo barely hanging on by a thread, pushes Ohio to make sure that they put up another series of runs as they close the 8-after-5 gap, as Ohio only leads now by 7.
First pitch into the next batter, Alexis Lusician. She swings and fouls it back into the net, 0-1 the count. As Fogue just seemed like that ball might have took a bit of a bad hop on her, and it got on by her, and it just kept rolling all the way to the wall, and that allowed Steffen to come in to score easily. As the 0-1 pitch into Lusician is swung on and chopped to second base, as they're going to come home with it. The throw is not in time, as the runner Matheny is underneath the tag. It was a risky play there from Vaughn. It looks like Coach Rourke kind of wanted her to take the out at first base there, and that'll make the score 10-4 as the lead's been trimmed down to 6 for the Bobcats is, it's always a risky play when you decide there. If you get the runner out at home, it's great, but then if you don't, you have another base runner and you don't get an out anywhere.
And it's weighing the options of which is more crucial, trying to get the out at first and making sure that you have only one more out to go, or taking the risk and potentially letting another base runner take the bag and another run come in. But regardless, the run was going to come in. It's just a matter of whether or not Vaughn was going to charge the ball just a little more to make that put out a little more solidified than what we saw.
First pitch into Furneman from Mackenzie Cole will miss inside for a ball, 1-0. As now on first base is Luzician. 1-0 pitch will catch the outside corner for a called strike. Gives up the count at 1 apiece. As that was RBI number 22 for Luzician on the team, as that puts her all by herself at second highest on the team. 1-1 pitch, check swing from Furneman, but she clearly went around on the swing, and then Brooke Rice with a quick check down to the runner at first. Diving back in safely was Luzician, but the count is 1-2 now to the batter Furneman. With one away in the top of the fifth, Ohio leads Buffalo 10-4. Here comes a 1-2 delivery from Mackenzie Cole. That pitch is swung on and grounded foul up the third base line. As Furneman well out in front of that pitch, unable to keep the hands inside of the ball. And she'll get to see another 1-2 pitch.
Cole up in the count so far and trying to get things back under control, as the fielder's choices just have not been working towards the favor, most recently in the fifth inning for Ohio.
1-2 changeup is taken, strike 3 called. Strikeout number 4 for Mackenzie Cole in the ball game. That's the first one that has been looking, and that's the second out now in the top of the fifth inning.
The changeup for Cole slowly working itself into this game, and she's been trying to throw it time and time again, not hitting her spots directly, but it's coming to fruition here late in this game.
First pitch into the shortstop, Brianna Castro, is a called strike, 0-1. As for Castro in the ball game, 0 for 2. She popped up in foul ground to third base and also flew out to right field. As the 0-1 pitch will miss low and outside for a ball. Check down to the runner at first. And Luzician is back in standing. Count even at 1 apiece. As Cole gets her sign. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. Swung and popped high, right side of the infield. Now we'll get out into shallow right field. Coming in is the right fielder, Fogue, and she will make the grab. But Buffalo able to stay alive. They came into the inning trailing by 8, but are able to scratch across a couple runs to keep this game going, as it's 10-4. As we head to the bottom of the fifth inning, Ohio will look for a run or two to try to close this thing out here at Ohio softball field. Here in the bottom of the fifth inning as they lead this one 10-4 over Buffalo, as it'll be Emily Walker, the left fielder, Brooke Rice, the catcher, and Allie Englert, the center fielder. As if Ohio's able to score 2 runs in this inning, they will have the 8-run rule over Buffalo. and be able to wrap up this one a little early as the first pitch into Walker swung on and grounded slowly up to short as fielded cleanly by Castro. Sidearm throw over to first is in time.
And
So
for the Bobcats,
Emily
number
Walker
12,
sees
Brooke
one pitch and she will be
Rice.
retired. That will bring up the catcher, Brooke Rice. Brooke Rice so far in the game, 1 for 2. She ripped a 3-run double into left center field back in the first inning. She also struck out looking as Rice swings and fouls back the first pitch into the backstop. 0-1 the count.
Ohio not necessarily desperate for more runs. They have a pretty big cushion with 6 runs between them and Buffalo. However, they did have that run rule in sight. The Bobcats working once again towards it.
As the 0-1 pitch is a changeup, taken for a called strike. Now Rice down in the count, 0-2. As Tarantino will rock and fire, 0-2 pitch will miss inside for a ball, makes the count 1-2. As Tarantino will check the wrist guard on her left arm and rock and fire. 1-2 pitch misses low in the dirt, in fact. For a ball, makes the count 2-2.
Rice hitting .265 so far this season with a .392 slugging percentage and a .336, pardon me, on base percentage.
2-2 pitch will miss just inside for a ball, so Rice, after falling behind 0-2, has worked all the way back to earn herself a full count. Has a full count, 1 away in the inning. Ohio leads Buffalo 10-4. Tarantino will rock fire as that one lined out to third base, and it'll be caught on the fly by the third baseman Steffen as
And now to bat for the Bobcats.
Rice hit
number
that
4,
one hard, just
Allie
unable to
England.
find a gap. As the first 2 Bobcat batters are retired in the bottom of the 5th, and the lineup will turn over now for Allie England.
England proving that she has the strength that she had the triple to start off the game with earlier on.
First pitch into the left-handed hitting England is swung on and grounded out to second base, fielded cleanly and throw on to first in time to retire the side. First time in the ball game, Bobcats go down quietly. 3 up, 3 down. We head into the 6th. Ohio just 6 outs away from a victory in the first game of this doubleheader. They lead Buffalo 10-4. It'll be 8-9-1 due up for the Bulls as they look to continue to chip away at this 6-run deficit.
Number
As
5,
Ohio
Ali Sabasek.
it's only taken a couple innings, 6 runs in the first, 4 more in the third to get to 10 runs, as they've been quiet in the other 3 innings to this point. As Buffalo scored 2 runs in the top of the 5th to avoid the 8-run rule. Now look to continue to climb back into this one. First pitch in from Mackenzie Cole, catches the outside corner for a called strike, 0-1. to the leadoff batter this inning for Buffalo, Jenna Richmond.
With that strike called for Cole, that makes her breaking the cusp of over 100 pitches this game so far.
0-1 pitch misses outside for a ball. He's up the count at 1 apiece. Cole gets the sign. Here comes a 1-1 pitch. That one miss high and inside for a ball. 2-1 the count now. Into it's actually a pinch hitter for Buffalo. Looks like that's number 5 in the box, as that's Ali Sabazic. Two-1 delivery. That one is swung on and hit off the end of the bat and back into the backstop behind home plate. As I'll run the count 1-2 as Sabazic on the year. Not too many at-bats, well, just 2 as a matter of fact, and she has 1 hit in those 2 at-bats as she has a 50 average on the season. That 1 hit is a single. As Cole, here comes a 2-2 pitch. Cut on a miss, strike 3 swinging. Cole able to retire Sabazic via the punch out. That's her 5th strikeout of the ball game. And the leadoff batter is retired at the top of the 6th inning.
5th strikeout of the game on, once again, a nice changeup thrown by Cole. And Cole hitting her spots late in this game has been working in her favor.
As Cole, first pitch in, popped high in the air, right side of the infield. Coming in is the first baseman, Caroline Spacek. She'll call everybody off and make the catch just a few steps away from the first base foul line. So nice pitch there from Mackenzie Cole, and once again she will try to record her first 3 up, 3 down inning of the ball game as the lineup will turn over to Anna Uggen. Again, 1 for 2 so far in the game, as that 1 hit was a 2 RBI double back in the 2nd inning as the first pitch into Uggen misses high and inside for a ball, 1-0.
First time we've seen Uggen this game besides the opening first couple pitches without a runner on the bases for her to try and move.
As she swings at the 1-0 pitch, diving attempt from the shortstop, Katie Young, but she'll come up empty. Ball gets out into center field for the single. Second base knock of the game for Uggen as Mackenzie Cole will not get her first 3 up, 3 down inning of the outing, as there will be a 2-out base runner, and the DP, Alicia Peters, will get a chance to bat now here in the top of the 6th inning. As Peters 1 for 3 in the game so far. First pitch indoors, swung on and hit off the end of the bat foul towards the first base side. Peters down in the count, 0-1. As the wind continuing to whip here at OSF. It's been pretty steady all game. It's taken some pauses here and there, but really blowing out right now as 0-1 pitch, big swing by Peters, but she's unable to make any kind of contact, and now she'll be down in the count, 0-2.
Peters in her last at bat had a strikeout, swinging in the same position with down being 0-2 in the count.
The 0-2 delivery from Cole. That one will miss just a touch high for a ball. Not a bad spot there up in the count, 0-2, but Peters being very disciplined taking that pitch, and that'll make the count 1-2.
Good attempt by Cole with the rise ball, just a little too high with the placement.
As Cole will get her sign from the dugout, spinning the ball in her right hand. Now she'll rock and fire. The 1-2 pitch, change up, misses just a bit high as Peters thought about swinging at it, but thought better of it. And she takes the pitch to even up the count at 2-2. As Uggen on first base, she got there with a single just a few moments ago. Here comes a 2-2 pitch, swung on a foul back over top the press box. And while to play, as the count will remain At 2 balls and 2 strikes with 2 outs, top of the 6th inning, Ohio leads Buffalo 10-4. Cole ready. Here comes another 2-2 delivery. That one will once again miss up high for a ball, and after falling behind in the count, 0-2. Peters has worked it back full. That's the full count. Runner on first base with 2 away.
Peters staying patient to make sure she doesn't have a repeat of her last at-bat, going 0-2 in the count, then with the strikeout looking. Or swinging, I should say.
As Cole trying not to lose this batter. Here comes a full count pitch, but she does lose the batter as that pitch misses high and outside for a ball. So Peters able to work back from being down 0-2, draws a 2-out walk, and it looked like it was going to be a pretty quiet inning for Buffalo after the first 2 batters were retired, but then a base hit and a walk, and all of a sudden 2 runners on for the middle of the order with 2 away, as that will bring in Rachel Steffen, the 3rd baseman. First pitch into Steffen is swung on a chop foul. It actually hits off her, looked like left leg in the batter's box. And of course, whenever that happens, it's a dead ball. The count will be 0-1.
A potential 2-out rally situation for Steffen coming up to bat to make some noise late in this game.
As here comes the 0-1 pitch. That one misses up high for a ball, into the count at 1 apiece. As Steffen, only 0 for 1 in the game. She struck out back in the first inning and then drew 2 walks in her other 2 plate appearances. But a chance for a 2-out RBI. 1-1 pitch misses outside for a ball. That makes the count 2-1. As Cole has issued 5 walks so far in the game, so control has been a little bit of an issue as she takes a bit of a extended walk around the circle. Now she's back on the rubber. 2-1 pitch, big swing from Steffen, but she comes up empty, and that'll make the count 2-2 as Mackenzie Cole now just 1 strike away from stranding those 2 runners out in the top of the 6th inning. Steffen back in the left-handed batter's box. Cole spinning the ball in her right hand. She'll come set. Here comes a 2-2 pitch. That one is swung on and flied out into left field. Emily Walker charging in. She will be unable to make the catch, and it's a fair ball. 1 run is in to score. Pulling up to 3rd is Peters, and up to 2nd is Rachel Steffen, as Walker had to come a long way to try to catch that ball, and it looks like they're going to slap her with an error on that one, actually, as it hit off her glove. So that allows another run to come in to score, and it's a 10-5 lead for the Bobcats now.
Number 11, Lexi Matheny.
Tough play there for Walker, but did hit off her glove. It looked like it was a ball that she was going to catch, and not sure if the wind got it and blew it in at all or anything, Claire, but nonetheless, it allows a run to come in to score.
It looked like she almost lost it in the sun because she was tracking it all the way through, and the moment she went to go hit the ground and try, pulling herself all the way out for it, it just did not hit the glove where she thought it was, and it hit the tip and rolled the opposite direction.
First pitch into Alexis Matheny was a called strike on the outside corner, 0-1. But now 2 runners in scoring position. Buffalo could make this thing interesting if they pick up another 2-out base hit, as the 0-1 pitch misses outside for a ball, 1-1 the count.
UB knocking on the door when it comes to the amount of hits compared to Ohio's. They have 8 to Ohio's 9, but Ohio being super productive when it comes to aggressive base running and contributing the grand slam from Katie Gunn as well.
The 1-1 pitch swung on and hit a long way down the left field line, but it hooks foul out into the Ohio bullpen as Emily Walker gave a good effort trying to track that one down, but just ran out of room. But Mackenzie Cole now up in the count on Matheny, 1-2. As Cole will get the sign from the dugout. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. Swung on a miss, strike 3. 6 punch out of the ball game for Mackenzie Cole as a run does come in to score, but she does strand 2 in scoring position to limit the damage. As it's a 10-5 Ohio lead as they come up to bat in the bottom of the 6th inning, looking for a few runs to perhaps wrap this one up early. As this is game 1 of a doubleheader between Ohio and Buffalo here at Ohio softball field. It'll be Katie Young, followed by Sophia Bernard and Analia Paoli for the Bobcats here in the 6th inning as they are holding on to a 5-run lead. It was an 8-run lead at one point after 3. But Buffalo has scratched across a few runs in the past couple innings to make it just a little bit closer as the first pitch into Katie Young misses high and outside for a ball 1-0. And of course, it was the big swing from Katie Young back in the 3rd inning as a grand slam. As it was her 9th home run on the season, as the 1-0 pitch will come on the inside corner for a called strike, 1-1. But that ball was belted out in the left center field in her last at-bat. One pitch, change up, that will catch the top of the strike zone. And now Young up to protect with 2 strikes, down in the count 1-2 to lead off the bottom of the 6th. As Tarantino will kick and deal the 1-2. Katie Young hits it off the end of the bat and spins to the right of the first base bag and touched in foul ground by the first baseman, Luzician. Count remains 1-2.
Young, before COVID-19 hit last season, started all 26 games for Ohio at short, hitting .367 on the season with 18 runs and 24 RBIs.
Swings at the 1-2 pitch and chops it foul down the third base line. Count remains 1-2, but yeah, Katie Young, ever since she stepped onto campus here in Athens, has been one of the best hitters in this Bobcat lineup.
The North Canton native will surely be missed as she is not returning next season for the Bobcats.
1-2 pitch, chopped slowly up the third baseline, fielded cleanly, throw on the first is not in time. There'll be an infield single for Katie Young.
Way to hustle out the throw that came from shortstop for Buffalo, and regardless of whether or not you think you're going to do it, running through the base all the way through is important because you get lucky on calls such as those that get thrown in your favor.
So that'll bring up Sophia Bernard, the DP. As that's the third hit for Katie Young in the game. Second single as Bernard cuts at the first pitch. She chased it low. And it'll be a 0-1 count. As Tarantino gets her sign, looking at the wrist guard on the left forearm, then she'll throw another 0-1 pitch, pretty much the exact same spot. Bernard chased it again, and now she's quickly down to the count, 0-2.
Bernard liked what she saw the first time, and Tarantino responded with the same pitch, trapping her in an 0-2 situation.
0-2 pitch, swung on a miss, strike 3. 3 straight pitches on the low inside corner, and Bernard goes after all 3 of them.
Bobcats, number 3, Analia Paoli.
As it is the 4th strikeout of the game for Tarantino. And now 1 away, runner still on first base for Analia Paoli, the third baseman. First pitch into Paoli is grounded slowly out to second base. They will go up to second to get the lead runner, Yun. Has no chance of turn two. The ball was hit too slowly. They are able to get the lead runner. That's a 4-6 put out. And Paoli will now be on first base after the fielder's choice. But 2 outs in the bottom of the 6th for the first base. Caroline Spacek.
Carolina Bobcats.
Here's the pitch from Tarantino. Misses low and inside for a ball, 1-0 as Spacek comes into this at-bat. 1 for 3 in the game. She singled her last time up and was stranded at first base.
A smart decision for the 4-6 put out. I mean, making sure that the Bobcats can't grow their lead any larger at the same time as Buffalo.
As Spacek loops one out in the right field, and that one will fall in just inside the right field foul line for a base hit. And moving up to third base is Paoli, as she was obviously going on the contact with there being 2 outs. So Spacek will get her second single of the ball game, and that'll be runners at the corners with 2 away, and Mackenzie Vaughn will have a chance for a 2-out RBI.
Mackenzie Vaughn looking for her second RBI of the game, as she had a sac fly in the first inning and has since gone 0-2 with her at-bats.
As first pitch into Vaughn will miss inside for a ball, 1-0. As Claire just mentioned, an RBI sac fly for Vaughn back in the first inning. She's also flown out to right field and popped up to second base in her other 2 at-bats. 1-0 pitch, catches the inside corner for a called strike, evens up the count at 1 apiece.
Vaughn, a Florida Gulf Coast transfer, played 2 seasons at Florida Southwestern College, which is an NJCAA Division I JUCO school.
1-1 pitch swung on, grounded out slowly to short throw on the first, not in time, and it's going to be an RBI infield single as Castro tried to make the sidearm throw on the run, but Mackenzie Vaughn just too quick. And Ohio's now pushed the lead up to 6. It's 11-5.
Good placement by Vaughn in the infield. It was almost as if the third baseman should have gone for the inside, or gone for the infield grounder and taken the throw herself, but Short took advantage of it, but it just was not enough.
So that RBI for Vaughn, as that pitch is swung on and now lined up out into center field for a base hit. Being waved in the score is Spacek. Holding up at second base as Mackenzie Vaughn after rounding the bag pretty hard. So Fogue wasting no time, swinging at the first pitch and getting a base hit out into center field. As now the score is 12-5, and Ohio will have runners on first and second, with still 2 away here in the bottom of the 6th. As Emily Walker will dig in next, she'll take the first pitch right down the middle for a called strike, 0-1. As the potential game-ending run is out on second base, as Ohio is up by 7. As the 0-1 pitch will miss low and inside for a ball, 1-1 the count. Of course, if Walker can bring in Vaughn from second base, it'll be Ohio's 20th win on the season and 16th in Mid-American Conference play. Here comes a 1-1 pitch. That one is swung on, grounded hard to short, going over to second for the force out. Is the shortstop Castro. Covering the base was the second baseman Furneman. And the side is retired in the 6th, but not before Ohio adds a couple more runs onto their lead on a couple of RBI singles from Mackenzie Vaughn and Caitlin Vogue. It's 12-5. Ohio leads by a touchdown and add the extra point as well, as they're just 3 outs away from a victory against Buffalo here in Game 1 of the doubleheader. Ohio just 3 outs away from the victory in game 1 of the doubleheader against Buffalo here on this Saturday evening. As it'll be Alexis Luzishin, followed by Madison Furneman and Brianna Castro, who will all try to battle back as Buffalo trails the Bobcats 12-5. As it's 12 runs on 13 hits and 1 error for Ohio, 5 runs on 8 hits and no errors for Buffalo to this point. As Mackenzie Cole back out in the circle. First pitch will miss low for a ball, 1-0. As if Cole can get these final 3 outs, it'll be her 10th victory on the season, pitching-wise. As 1-0 pitch from Mackenzie Cole is cut on and missed as Luzishin pulled her head out on that one and came up empty, evens up the count at 1-1. As Luzishin 0 for 3 in the game, as she is struck out and grounded in 2 fielders' choices to this point. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. That one will miss just a tad upstairs for a ball. As Luzishin up in the count 2-1.
Again, a good thought with the rise ball coming from Cole, just is not hitting the spot low enough to keep it within the zone.
As here comes a 2-1 pitch, swung on and flown out into center field. Allie Anglet looks to have it lined up. She'll not even have to take a step and make the catch out in center field. Luzishin could have walked out there and just put that one in her glove herself. It would have been the same thing, as Anglet had her played perfectly. Leadoff batter retired at the top of the second. Ohio 2 outs away from the victory.
Anglet did not have to do any work for that out. She just took at least a half step forward, if not nothing, to make that happen.
First pitch into Furneman is swung on a chopped foul towards the third base dugout, as that will make the count 0-1. As if Ohio can hang on, it'll be their 16th win in conference play. They are 4th in the MAC. Of course, we talked about it a little bit before the game. Only the regular season champ will move on to the NCAA tournament in the MAC this year. There will be no postseason tournament, as that 0-1 pitch is belted down the line in left field, but it will hook foul and head into the Bobcat bullpen. So just a long foul ball for Furneman, makes the count 0-2.
And the conference champions are well ahead of even second place, and that's Miami going into this week. They were 26-2 before the cancellation of the series against Ohio earlier this week.
The 0-2 delivery from Mackenzie Cole, chased in the dirt, strike 3 swinging, as Brooke Rice will stand up and fire a strong throw over to spot check at first base. So get the strikeout to Mackenzie Cole. That's number 7 for her on the afternoon. And now just 1 out away from claiming game 1 of this doubleheader. And of course, you know, all different conferences have their different rules when it comes to postseason tournaments this year, but the MAC just opting to take the regular season champ. And you could probably do that as a mid-major conference, right? Because it's very rare that you're getting multiple teams into NCAA tournaments. As that pitch swung on, chopped out to shortstop. Katie Young throw on the first, and the ball game is over. Mackenzie Cole was able to complete the complete game, get her 10th victory on the season. That's her first 3-up, 3-down inning on the outing. And Ohio is able to claim game 1, 12-5 over Buffalo. As Claire, what are some of your observations from that game? As you know, just looked like the bats were live for Ohio early, and then they just did enough on the defensive end to hold on to the victory.
Well said, Joey. Enough to keep things put together on the defensive side of things, and a great work by Mackenzie Cole. Definitely turned around from game 1 yesterday of what we saw, having to get pulled in the middle of the 6th or 7th inning, I should say, for Ohio. So Holly Brown could relieve her and just finish off the game as they took the first game in a loss. So Mackenzie Cole now 10-9 on the season overall when it comes to her record, and proved to the point that even though she might not be hitting her spots in the beginning of the game, that hitting them later on in the 7-inning stretch is more than worth the wait.
Ellen Marcano will get the loss. It's her 5th on the season, as Claire just mentioned. Mackenzie Cole with the victory, as that is her 10th on the year. But we'll be back in about 30 minutes for Game 2 as Ohio takes Game 1 over Buffalo, 12-5. Back here at OSF for Game 2 of the doubleheader and the conclusion of the 4-game series between the Ohio Bobcats and the Buffalo Bulls. Ohio, just around a half hour ago, wrapped up Game 1 with a 12-5 victory over the Bulls, as they have now taken 2 of the first 3 games of the series and have gotten back to 500 at 20-20 on the year. And of course, be big to win this second game and get to above 500 at 21-20 if they can pull off the victory and pull off the series win over Buffalo with the win as well. As Claire, Maddie McCready on the mound. That's literally the only change to the lineup that Ohio has. It's the exact same batting order, exact same positions, but Mackenzie Cole will get the second game off, and Maddie McCready will get the start. And, well, Claire, I mean, she just had her way with this Buffalo lineup yesterday, didn't she?
Oh, she certainly did. She had a career high of strikeouts with 13 batters with Ks in the book, along with only allowing 3 runs on 4 hits and then walking 2 of them. So McCready was dealing and wheeling yesterday on the mound, and the excitement was contagious across the infield and outfield for that matter. And McCready looking to try and repeat those numbers once again in the second game today of this doubleheader.
It was
Part 2
her
series.
Right. It was her 9th victory on the mound in the game yesterday. Got her to 9-7 on the year, as Claire mentioned. She went all 7 innings, only 4 hits, 3 runs, 3 earned, 2 walks, 13 strikeouts. Now, 2 of those 4 hits were home runs, and this is one of the girls that hit one of them, as it will be Anna Uggen leading off, as she did in Game 1 for the Bulls, as McCready is in the circle on the rubber, and we're ready to get Game 2 underway, as the first pitch from McCready into Uggen will miss low and inside for a ball, 1-0.
Again, really the leader for Buffalo when it comes to taking the at-bats and making them productive hits.
Uggen went 2 for 3 in Game 1, including a 2 RBI double, as the 1-0 pitch misses upstairs for a ball, runs the count to 2-0. As Uggen does have a pair of home runs in the series so far, including one off Maddie McCready yesterday. Here comes a 2-0 delivery. That one will miss just high for a ball, and McCready struggling to find the zone to the first batter. 3-0 count to lead off the top of the first inning. As McCready will spin the ball in the right hand. Here comes a 3-0 delivery. That one is laced out into left center field, and that will get down for a base hit, as Walker fields it on a hop out in left field and fires it back into the infield. It's a leadoff single for Anna Uggen. She just continues to hit like she has all season, and on 3-0 there, Claire, she had the green light, and she didn't waste it.
No, she did not waste it at all, and that's the threat with Uggen, is regardless of what that count is going to look like against her or towards her for that matter, she will always try and find a way to make it a productive at-bat.
First pitch into Alicia Peters, misses outside for a ball, 1-0. As going around the infield for Ohio at third base, it's Analia Paoli at short, Katie Young, as the 1-0 pitch misses low for a ball, 2-0. Second base is Mackenzie Vaughn. First base, Caroline Spotcheck. Out in left field is Emily Walker. In center field, Allie Englert. In right field, Caitlin Fogue. Behind the dish is Brooke Rice. And, of course, on the mound, Maddie McCready, as the 2-0 pitch into Peters. That one is laced foul down the left field line, as Peters just couldn't keep the weight back on that one, and she was well out in front of it. And that'll make the count 2-1.
A good thought by taking the swing at it, just was not all the way there when putting together a complete swing.
The 2-1 delivery, that one will catch the top of the strike zone for a called strike, and that'll even up the count at 2 apiece. As that is the first strike that McCready has thrown that hasn't been made contact with. As top of the first inning, no score, nobody out, runner on first base. Here comes a 2-2 pitch. And will catch the outside corner, strike 3 called. Throw down the first behind the runner. She's back in diving safely, but McCready able to pick up the first punch out of the ball game. And one away now with a runner on first for the 3-hole batter, Rachel Steffen.
Steffen's her first at bat against Cole in the first game was a strikeout, swinging.
First pitch catches the outside corner for a called strike, 0-1 to Steffen. As against Maddie McCready yesterday, Steffen went 1 for 2, including a home run, as she takes a big swing at the 0-1 pitch and comes up empty. That'll make the count 0-2. But Steffen in game 1 today was unable to register a hit. She did walk a couple times, but also struck out and reached on an error. Here comes the 0-2 delivery. That one will miss outside for a ball. Another check-in on the runner at first. Diving back in safely again is Uggan. Pitch was a ball to Steffen. The count is now 1-2.
Rice keeping runners on their toes, making sure that they aren't getting too far of a lead for her to pick them off at first.
And it's a pretty effortless throw. She usually stays down in the crouch and just is able to fire it over to first base. 1-2 pitch swung on, hit left side of the field. Looks like Anglet, the center fielder. It actually is going to be Emily Walker, the left fielder, calling her off in left center field. So good communication out there in the outfield. Walker able to get the two-handed grab. And despite the leadoff base hit, the next two Buffalo batters have been retired, and that will bring up the cleanup batter, Alexis Matheny. Matheny playing center field in this game, just like she did in the first game, as she went 1 for 4 in the 12-5 Buffalo loss, as the first pitch into her misses up high for a ball, 1-0.
Matheny with her first at bat last game was a fly out to second.
As McCready looks into the dugout, she'll rock and fire. The 0-1 pitch swung on, flied out into deep center field, going back at the wall, and it is gone. It is a 2-out, 2-run homer in the top of the first inning for Alexis Matheny. And Buffalo will grab the lead first in this one. It's a 2-0 lead.
Great job by Matheny by waiting on that pitch just a little bit longer and driving it right outside of the 210 marker above the Ohio Bobcats logo. England looked like she was trying to track it, thinking that maybe it was going to fall short right before the boards, but it hit the net and then some with all of the power behind it.
So that will bring in Alexis Luzician, who is the starting pitcher for Buffalo in this game, and when she takes the mound, she'll have a 2-0 lead. First pitch into her misses high and outside for a ball, 1-0. But at first, that one just kind of looked like a routine fly ball, but it just kept on carrying out to center field, and then Anglet, you saw the run out of room at the wall. That's the first home run on the day for Buffalo. As the 1-0 pitch, that one will also miss high and outside for a ball, makes the count 2-0.
Something you typically don't see when it comes to college softball is having your pitchers take swings and make them quality at bats, but Luzician is just a utility player. As yesterday in the second game of the series, she started on the mound and had to be relieved, but when she got relieved, she still stayed out on the field as she took over at first.
2-0 pitch grounded to the second baseman, Mackenzie Vaughn. She'll field on a couple hops and make a throw on to first to retire the side. But Buffalo does play 2 runs on the 2-run shot from Alexis Matheny to grab the lead early on in the top of the first. Bobcats coming up to hit for the first time in the bottom half of the inning right here at OSF.
now, leading off the inning for your Bobcats.
Bottom of the first inning,
Allie
Ohio trailing already 2-0 after the 2-run shot from Alexis Matheny in the top of the first inning. Has the Bobcats down early. They did fall behind in the win yesterday as well, so nothing that they can't come back from, as it will be Alexis Luzishin on the mound for Buffalo, the left-handed pitcher. First pitch into the left-handed batter, Allie Englet, is a called strike on the inside corner, 0-1. As Ohio saw Luzishin yesterday, she pitched 4 innings, giving up 7 hits, 8 runs, all of them earned 2 walks and only 1 strikeout. She got the loss in that game. As Englet swings at the 0-1 pitch and grounds it into the first base dugout. She'll be down in the count 0-2. As Luzishin comes into this outing now with a 5-9 record on the season.
Englet coming into this game after having such an explosive time at the plate. She started off the first game of this series with a triple.
0-2 pitch misses high and outside for a ball, 1-2, and then eventually came into scores. Ohio had a big first inning in the first game today, scoring 6 runs, 3 of them coming on a 3-run double from Brooke Rice. And they did not trail at all in the first game, as the 1-2 pitch swung on a pop foul over top the press box and out of play. So Englet battling to lead off the bottom of the first. As the lineup remains the same, it's Allie Englet, followed by Katie Young, Sophia Bernard, Analia Paoli, Caroline Spotcheck, Mackenzie Vaughn, Caitlin Fogg, Emily Walker, and Brooke Rice. As 1-2 pitch bounced in the dirt, nice take there from Englet, will even the count at 2-2. But the lineup literally identical to the first game.
And nothing wrong with that, considering the first game was so impressive with the bats for Ohio.
They were able to play 12 runs in the 12-5 victory. 2-2 pitch to Englet will miss just off the outside corner. Nice take there. And they will run the count full to the Bobcats leadoff batter here in the bottom of the first.
Englet staying patient for what she wants, knowing that Luzishin is still trying to find her spots here early on in the first inning.
Full count pitch, swung on and grounded slowly to second base. Going to be a tough play. Throw on to first is in time to get Englet by just half a step. Has good poise there at second base.
Number 8, Katie Young.
From Furnessman, who played second base in the first game as well. As Englet, we know she can fly out of left-handed box, but nice play there to retire her, and that will bring up the shortstop, Katie Young.
Just half a step too short for her to get the fielder's choice.
First pitch into Katie Young will be a ball, 1-0. As Young did not record a hit in the game yesterday, game 2 that is, that Luzishin pitched in, but of course she had 3 in the first game, including a grand slam for her 9th home run on the year, as 1-0 pitch misses low and inside for a ball, 2-0 the count now, and that will draw out Kin Cannon, the catcher, to go talk to the pitcher, Luzishin. Katie Young with 3 hits in game 1. We'll see if she can carry that into this one, as it's already a 2-0 Buffalo lead after a 2-run homer in the top of the first. 1 away in the bottom of the first as the little mound visit comes to an end. Here comes a 2-0 pitch to Katie Young. That one will catch the outside corner for a called strike, runs the count to 2-1.
Luzishin very well aware of the fact that even though Jan didn't do much against her yesterday, that Jan is hot today after that grand slam.
2-1 pitch lined out into left center field, but a nice job tracking that ball down by Alexis Matheny as she runs that one down in the alley for the second out of the inning. So Matheny hits the home run in the top half, and now she's flashing the leather here in the bottom of the first inning. As now there'll be 2 outs, and that will bring up Sophia Bernard, the DP.
Bernard yesterday in her second game, in game 2 out of the doubleheader series, had a birthday home run
First pitch into her is a changeup. She takes it low for a ball, 1-0. As the 1-0 delivery into Bernard will catch the outside corner for a called strike, even if the count at 1 apiece. As in game 1 today, Sophia had 1 base hit and came around to score. She went 1 for 4 overall. As the 1-1 pitch will miss just a bit high, and maybe a touch outside too. They'll put Bernard up in the count 2-1.
Bernard, part of that grand slam score.
2-1 pitch, big swing from Bernard, but she's unable to make contact. It swings right through the pitch, and that will run the count even to 2-2. As Luzician looks down at the right forearm for the pitch. Now she'll rock and fire. 2-2 pitch, swung on, and Bernard just got a piece of it, fouled it back into the backstop behind home plate. And she'll get to see another 2-2 pitch.
Bernard, the sophomore from Canton, Ohio, Jackson High School graduate, in 2020 before COVID hit, was hitting .229 with 8 hits, 2 runs, and 6 RBIs.
Here comes another 2-2 pitch. That one is swung on and popped high in the infield. Ranging over is the shortstop, Castro. She'll make the catch on the fly to retire the side as Bobcats go down quietly. 3 up, 3 down, no runs, no hits, no one left on base. Heading to the top of the second inning, Buffalo still leads this one 2-0 in game 2 of this doubleheader. It'll be 6, 7, and 8 due up for the Buffalo Bulls in the top of the second. It'll be Madison Ferriman, followed by Brianna Castro and Jenna Richmond as they look to add on to their 2-run lead. Those 2 runs came on a 2-run home run from Alexis Matheny in the top of the first inning. And despite, Claire McCready being so dominant with the 13 strikeouts yesterday, a career high, Buffalo was able to hit a couple home runs off her, and they're able to do that again in the first inning.
And sometimes just hitting your spots and doing what you're supposed to be doing as a pitcher puts you into those situations where the batters can pick up on it and take advantage of it and just drive it over the wall and towards the scoreboard.
First pitch into Furniman was a called strike on the outside part of the plate. As the 0-1 pitch from McCready is a rise ball that rises a bit too high. And now run the count even at 1-1. As Furniman did pick up a base hit against McCready yesterday in the game that she pitched in. 1-1 pitch misses high and outside for a ball, 2-1 the count. As McCready looks into the dugout for her sign, she'll get it. Spin the ball in the right hand. Here comes a 2-1 delivery. That one will also miss high and outside for a ball. Now run the count to 3-1. And we saw that a little bit in the first inning, Claire. McCready falling behind a couple of these Buffalo hitters early on so far.
And falling behind isn't something McCready isn't unfamiliar with by any means, and she'll slowly fight back and throw potentially what could have been another strike, but it falls just a little bit outside of the strike zone, and Brooke Rice goes to take some time at the mound to get McCready under control and see what's going on.
As Furneman will work the leadoff walk, as that'll bring up Brianna Castro, the shortstop, as Claire mentioned, Rice going out to talk to McCready, just trying to settle down the nerves a little bit. Umpire comes out to break it up.
First walk that McCready has given up on the day so far.
So that'll bring up Brianna Castro. In the game yesterday that McCready pitched in, Castro went 0 for 2 with a walk and also struck out once. First pitch misses high and outside again. It looks like McCready's just trying to hit that outside corner, but he's struggling to keep the ball down at this point. 1-0 the count to Castro.
Castro struggled in the last game, going 0 for 4, 3 of which being flyouts.
1-0 pitch. That one will miss up high for a ball. Check down to the runner at first. Diving back in safely is Furneman. That'll make the count 2-0 to Castro, and that will bring Coach Kenzie Rourke out to talk to McCready. So she'll try to calm her down a little bit. It's just struggling to find a strike zone here in this second inning. Not sure if that home run in the first maybe routed her a little bit. Sometimes, you know, when a pitcher gets taken deep, it can make him a little bit reluctant to, you know, throw the ball in the zone. But McCready's such a talented pitcher, has such good swing and miss stuff. That's just what she needs to do. And
another thing that Kenzie Rourke is trying to prevent right now is there's 0 outs on the board, and you don't want to have your pitcher mentally dig themselves into a hole when there's only 1 runner on base, potentially creating some damage and opportunities for Buffalo to take advantage of.
So now the whole infield will meet in the middle, and they'll break off. As the runner on first is Furneman. She got there on the walk. Count is 2-0 to the batter Castro as she digs back into the right-handed batter's box. And McCready will catch the outside corner of that pitch, as that's where she's been trying to throw it this whole time, but just it's been letting it go a little bit high over the last few pitches, but that one she brought down and caught the zone. 2-1 the count. Here comes a 2-1 pitch to Castro, and that one will once again miss high and outside. That miss will run the count to 3-1 to a second straight Buffalo hitter here in this second inning. As McCready will rock and fire, 3-1 pitch will be grounded down the third baseline foul past the third base coaching box and roll out into left field. So that will run the count full. It'll be the first full count that a Buffalo hitter has seen so far in the game.
McCready putting herself back into this count so far, being up 3-2.
Full count pitch, misses high and outside, ball 4, back-to-back walks issued by Maddie McCready here in the second inning. And Buffalo, with nobody out, 2 runners on, a chance to add on to this 2-0 lead, as that will bring up the right fielder, Jenna Richmond. Richmond in game 1 of this doubleheader, she in the Ohio 12-5 victory. She went 0 for 3. And she squares the bunt, gets it down out in front of home plate. The catcher Rice pounces on it, throws it over to first to retire Richmond. But it's a perfect sack bunt, moves 2 runners up into scoring position. But Ohio will take the first out of the inning, as that will bring up the 9-hole batter and catcher Olivia Kincannon.
A well-executed squeeze and sacrifice bunt for the Bulls. Did exactly what it needed to do, move runners into scoring position.
As that will bring the corners of the infield up. Middle infielder still sitting back at normal depth. Here comes the first pitch into Kincannon. She swings and misses at the first pitch, 0-1. as Kincannon against McCready yesterday went 0 for 3, striking out all 3 times she faced her. Of course, McCready had a career-high 13 strikeouts yesterday against Buffalo, as the 0-1 pitch will catch the inside corner for a called strike, and Kincannon quickly down 0-2 in the count.
Rice keeping the third base runner at bay with the bluff.
Here comes the 0-2 pitch, swung on and popped left side of the infield, moving back as the shortstop Young. She'll make the over-the-shoulder grab in shallow center field grass. Runner at third stays put. So nice play there from Young. Good recovery from McCready. Now she's just 1 out away from getting out of this second inning unscathed. Still 2 in scoring position, and that will bring up the Buffalo RBI leader, Anna Uggan, who already has a single off of McCready in this game.
Uggan is the last player McCready wants to see taking the plate with 2 runners in scoring position.
First pitch will catch the top of the strike zone for a called strike, 0-1. As Uggan already has hit a home run off of McCready this weekend. She did it in the game yesterday in Ohio's 8-3 win. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. She swings and lines that one out into right center field. That one's going to get down for a base hit. 1 run is in. A second runner is being waved in to score. It's a 2 RBI single for Anna Uggan. And Buffalo doubles the lead from 2 to 4. It's now a 4-0 lead for the Bulls here in the second inning.
I mentioned it right when she came up. Uggan is not the person you want to mess around with when it comes to having runners in scoring position, and she just proved as to why when she hit the alley with the ball between right and center.
As now, another time, it looks like maybe McCready will be getting taken out of this one, as we'll have a pitching change here in the top of the second inning. It's a 4-0 lead for Buffalo. And we'll be right back to announce a change right after this, as Buffalo making it tough on Ohio here in the second. It's a 4-0 lead. They're getting through an inning and 2/3, giving up 4 runs on 3 hits, all those runs being earned, 1 home run as well. As that will bring in Holly Brem, the sophomore pitcher out of Mullins, West Virginia. She's pitched 17 in the 3rd innings to this point this year, 5.65 ERA and a 1-2 record. As she'll try to steady the ship a bit here for the Bobcats, who find themselves trailing 4-0 as be Alicia Peters, the designated player, due up. First pitch from Bremen to her is cut on and foul tipped into the catcher Brooke Rice's mitt. 0-1 the count.
Brem has seen some spots here during these two-day doubleheader series where she relieved Cole in the first game.
0-1 pitch. That pitch rides high and gets over the mitt of the catcher Rice and all the way back to the backstop. Moving up to second base is Uggan on the wild pitch. 1-1 count. Runner in scoring position now. Just that much closer to scoring if a base hit does reach the outfield. Peters struck out looking back in the top of the first inning. So she's 0 for 1 in game 2 of the doubleheader. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. That one bounced in the dirt. Nice block from the catcher Rice. And now the count will be 2-1 to Peters.
Rice having some good work back there Every now and again, a ball slips through the cracks. However, Rice pretty solid and consistent behind the dish.
As Brem will spin it in her right hand. Now kick, deal, 2-1 pitch, check, swing from Peters. They're going to peel down to the base runner, and he's going to say she swung. So Peters unable to keep the hands back and check her swing, so that will make the count 2-2 here in the top of the second inning with 2 away and a runner on second base. 4-0 Buffalo lead. Here comes Brem's 2-2 pitch, swung on, lined out into deep left field, moving back to left fielder Walker. She'll line it up and make the catch. A couple steps shy of the warning track to retire the side in the second inning, but not before Buffalo adds a couple more runs to their lead on a 2 RBI single from Anna Onion. As Buffalo leads at 4-0, Ohio will have to get the bats going when we return in the bottom of the second inning. It'll be the middle of the order due up for Ohio, 4, 5, and 6 in the bottom of the second inning. This will be Analia Paoli playing third base in this one, Caroline Spacek at first base, and then Mackenzie Vaughn at second. But Ohio finds themselves trailing this one 4-0, as they didn't trail in either of the games 2 or 3 of the series against Buffalo. First pitch of Paoli, grounded right back up the middle and out into center field for a base hit. She hits the bag and rounds. That's where she'll stay as the ball comes back in the infield. But Paoli wasting no time. First pitch of the inning. She picks up a base hit, as that is her first hit on the day. She was hitless. Or excuse me, she actually did have a single in game 1 of the doubleheader in Ohio's 12-5 win. But she'll be on first base for Caroline Spacek. First pitch into Spacek, swung on and poked out into shallow left field, just over top the outstretched glove of the shortstop, Castro. So first 2 pitches of the innings are 2 back-to-back base hits for the Bobcats, and they have 2 on with nobody out in the second inning for Mackenzie Vaughn.
Number 7, Mackenzie Vaughn.
Spacek and Paoli getting the middle of the lineup some reps, considering that they kind of were a little quiet in the first game, and now they're taking the lead on making some noise here at the plate.
As now the catcher, Kincannon's going to go out and talk to Luzishin. As it was a 3-up, 3-down inning in the first for Ohio, but Paoli and Spacek have come in ready to attack the first pitch, and they both are awarded with singles. As that'll bring up Mackenzie Vaughn, as Vaughn had an RBI infield single in game 1 of the doubleheader today, as first pitch into her misses low and outside for a ball, 1-0. As Luzishin will get the sign, check the armband, and come home with the 1-0 pitch. That one will miss low, and Vaughn now well ahead in the count, 2-0. As Mackenzie Vaughn, of course, the grad transfer from Florida Gulf Coast, has fit pretty nicely into this Ohio lineup, batting well above 300 on the season. 2-0 pitch, squares the bunt, pulls it back, and takes the pitch for a ball. It counts 3-0.
She has fit well into this lineup, and this being her third school definitely shows that she's capable of working with any team that she's put onto the rosters with.
So we'll see if the bunt sign is still on with the 3-0 count in the Vaughn. As she does not square the bunt, takes the pitch low and outside for a ball. It's a 4-pitch walk And the sacks are now full for the Bobcats as Caitlin Fogue will step up with the bases loaded and nobody out as Ohio looks to put a dent into this 4-run deficit.
Caitlin Fogue in the first game had a successful double that rang in a couple runs.
First pitch into Fogue will miss outside for a ball, 1-0 the count. As Lusitian, 5 straight balls thrown here, so you'd have to assume Fogue will be patient in the box. With the bases loaded, 1-0 pitch, swung on, grounded out in between the hole between short and third out in the left field. 1 run is in, also being waved in a spot check. She'll be in standing with no throw. A 2 RBI base hit out into left field for Caitlin Fogue, and the deficit has been cut in half. It's now a 4-2 game.
Number 10, Emily Walker.
All it takes is a little bit of patience and the bats to get firing at the right times, and Caitlin Fogue has come in clutch with that.
So that'll bring up the left fielder, Emily Walker. It'll also bring a visit into the circle for Buffalo's coach. As a 2 RBI single for Caitlin Fogue, as she also had an RBI earlier on in Game 1 in Ohio's 12-5 victory, so she's having quite the successful day.
Fogue and the base runners being pulled in from the bags to talk with Kenzie Roark about the strategy of what they're trying to accomplish as they are in scoring position.
And still nobody out in the inning, as Emily Walker will dig in next, the left fielder, as she had a couple of walks in Game 1, came around to score both times. She also grounded out the short end into a fielder's choice, so she's looking for her first hit overall on the day. As Lusitian out of the mound, visit lefty, will rock and fire. First pitch into Emily Walker is a called strike, 0-1. That's a long look in from Lusitian. Now here comes the 0-1 pitch. Big swing from Walker, but unable to make contact, and now she'll have to protect and probably shorten up on the swing. Down in the count, 0-2.
Walker with 2 walks in the first game, along with 2 fielder's choice, going 0 for 2.
Here comes the 0-2 pitch, as that one will miss just outside for a ball. Runs the count to 1-2.
A good thought from Lusitian trying to throw an off-speed outside pitch, trying to see if Walker was willing to chase it.
Here comes the 1-2 pitch. That one catches the outside corner, strike 3 called. Emily Walker will be the first punch-out victim for Lusitian in the ball game, and the first out here in the bottom of the second inning, as that will bring up the catcher, Brooke Rice.
Walker knew exactly that she should have pulled the trigger and at least taken a crack at that, because she automatically looked at the umpire looking for the strikeout call.
First pitch to Rice misses upstairs for a ball, almost gets away from the catcher Kincannon, but she quickly corrals it. 1-0 the count to Rice, as Brooke Rice had a big 3-run double in the first inning of Game 1 today. As she swings and lines up, back up the middle, get out into center field for a base hit. Being waved in to score is Mackenzie Vaughn. She'll be back in standing, but they catch Fogue leaning off the bag, and they throw the ball to second base, and she is tagged out. As Fogue had kind of rounded second base pretty wide, I think expecting the throw to come home, but Buffalo cuts it off and then able to cut her down at second base. So it's still an RBI single for Brooke Rice, but now there's 2 away in the inning as the lineup turns over to Allie Angley.
Assistant coach Ashley Taylor having a few choice words with the umpire on the first base side who made the call.
Yeah, it looked like Caitlin could have maybe dove back in safely, but the ball did definitely beat her there as Engla checks her swing at the first one and fouls it towards the third base dugout. So Rice able to add another RBI to her total on the day, though. That's 4 combined in the 2 games. And the score is now 4-3. As the 0-1 pitch, Engla scores a bunt, pops it straight up in the air, and it's hauled in by the catcher, Kincannon, to retire the side. But Ohio is able to put a dent into that 4-run deficit as they played 3 runs on 4 hits and 1 runner left on base. The 4-3 score. A lot of offense early on in this one as we head into the top of the 3rd inning here at OSF. It's a 4-3 score here as we head into the top of inning number 3 between Ohio and Buffalo. As Buffalo has scored a pair of runs in both the 1st and 2nd inning, Ohio was able to answer with 3 runs of their own in the bottom of the 2nd to make this one 4-3 as it'll continue to be Holly Brem out on the mound for Ohio. She relieved Maddie McCready in the 2nd inning, was able to get an out to get Ohio out of the inning. So she'll stay in. She'll have to face the heart of the order, 3, 4, and 5 for the Bulls here in this 3rd inning as first pitch into Rachel Steffen will catch the outside corner. As time is, something's called now, not sure exactly. As we're going to have a talk now between the umpires. I think they're perhaps saying that she might have had a double wind-up there on that, which obviously would be an illegal pitch. As Coach Rourke is going to go out and talk to her for a second. So that pitch will count as a ball as it's ruled an illegal pitch. So it's going to be 1-0 to Rachel Steffen. As now Coach Rourke back in the dugout. So here comes the 1-0 pitch. That will miss outside for a ball. Count now goes to 2-0.
Her windup is unique in the fact that she doesn't put the ball back into her glove, and she just hangs out with it on the right side and keeps the ball visible. And from, you know, an outsider's perspective, it might look like she does a double windup, but in reality, she just lets it hang back there.
Down in the count now, 3-0 to Rachel Steffen, who was retired back in the 1st inning. She flew out to left field. As here comes the 3-0 pitch from Brem. That one will miss outside for ball 4. A 4-pitch walk. First walk issued by Brem so far in the game. And there'll be a leadoff base runner as all 3 innings so far, Buffalo has been able to get their leadoff runner on base. As that will bring up Alexis Matheny. As the first pitch into her is swung on. That one's belted out into center field, back at the wall, and that one's off the top of the scoreboard. Alexis Matheny has her second 2-run homer of the ball game. And Buffalo gets 2 more of those runs right back. It's a 6-3 lead for the Bulls. As now RBIs 3 and 4 for Matheny so far in the ball game.
Something must be in the air for Matheny because regardless of who is on the mound for Ohio, she is just ripping the ball to deep center field, and England again just follows the ball to the warning track, but realizes that once it's gone, it's gone, and it bounced off the top of the scoreboard.
As that one is hit even probably further than the first one, which is a decent shot as well. As she came in, not hitting all that many home runs this season, just 6, but adding 2 more in this game. She also got 4 RBIs. So Buffalo leads by 3 once again. First pitch into Alexis Luzishin, the pitcher, is swung on and fouled back into the netting. 0-1 the count. As Luzishin's got to be loving that from the on-deck circle both times, seeing Matheny batting in front of her hit some home runs to give her a bit of a cushion as a starting pitcher. As the 0-1 pitch will miss high and outside for a ball. That will leave up the count at 1 apiece. As Brem will now look in the dugout, spinning the ball in her right hand. Here comes the 1-1 delivery. That one is cut on a miss. Big swing there from Luzishin, but she comes up empty, and she's down in the count now, 1-2.
It also makes Luzishin feel just a little bit better when she goes and steps onto the mound for the Bulls, considering that there is a little bit of padding and not as much pressure as a pitcher to perform.
As that 1-2 pitch got a little bit away from her, misses well high and outside for a ball. Even at the count at 2 apiece.
But on the flip side of that, it puts all of the pressure on Ohio to respond within the bats and certainly having clean fielding.
Here comes a 2-2 delivery, as that one will bounce in the dirt and miss. Easy take there for Luzishin, and that will run the count full. As still nobody out here in the top of any number 3. Buffalo leads Ohio 6-3 as they've scored 2 runs in all 3 innings to this point. As the full count pitch home is swung on, lined out into left field. Now we'll get down for a base hit, rounding the bag at first, and that's where she'll stay, is Alexis Luzishin with her first hit in the game, as she's now 1 for 2. And there'll be a runner on first base with still nobody out. That'll bring up Madison Furneman playing second in this one.
Luzishin found the pocket between short, third, and just the shallow grasp in left field to make that a single to her name.
Buffalo is swinging the bats well in this one for sure. As the first pitch into Furneman will catch the inside corner for a called strike. 0-1 the count. As we mentioned earlier, Brem really hasn't seen all that much action this year. Only 17 1/3 innings pitched coming into this one. As in 2020, she made 8 appearances. 3 of those appearances starts, as that one is popped out into left center field, moving over back at the warning track. A couple steps in front of it is the center fielder, Allie Anglett. She'll make the catch on the fly, and that'll be the first out of the top of the 3rd inning. But for Brem, just not a whole lot of appearances so far, as she is only a sophomore. As that'll bring up Brianna Castro, the shortstop. As now time is called a dust-off home plate for the home plate umpire.
Brem just a little bit younger compared to the other pitchers on staff that typically get the starts. However, integrating her slowly but surely in during the season is how she'll get that feel during gameplay situations.
That pitch will miss high and outside for a ball, 1-0. As Brianna Castro walked and came around to score back in the second inning. As the 1-0 pitch from Brem will miss low for a ball. 2-0 the count now. As a long look into the dugout from Brem. Now she'll be ready to go. Here comes the 2-0 delivery as that one is swung on and then will hit off the left foot of Brianna Castro in the box. So that'll be a foul ball, and that'll make the count 2-1.
Brem really taking her time between pitches to get a feel for the ball and where she needs to put her fingers on the seams for the correct pitch.
As now another long look in from Brem. Here comes a 2-1 delivery. That one bounces in the dirt again. Nicely dug out by the catcher, Brooke Rice. And now Castro in the driver's seat, up in the count 3-1 is now Katie Young, the senior, of course, will go try to calm down Brem on the mound. As Brem now back in the circle on the rubber. Here comes the 3-1 delivery. That one is swung on and grounded foul down the third baseline. Just a few feet to the left of the third base bag, and that will run the count full, second full count of the inning. As the wind kind of died down for a little bit, Claire, but sun's gone in underneath the clouds, and now we're starting to see it pick back up again.
It was definitely nice not having the wind there for a hot minute, considering that up here on the press box with OSF, it's a little bit harsher of a feel when you get the wind chill in effect.
As the full count pitch will ride high for a ball. That'll be a walk. Second walk issued this inning by Holly Brem, and they'll put 2 runners on with still only 1 away in the top of the third. 6-3 Buffalo leads, and looking to add on more as the right fielder Jenna Richmond will dig in next.
Brem having some words of wisdom with upperclassman Caroline Spacek, a junior, for this roster, and Spacek making sure that she believes in herself instead of Rice always having to do the conversations on the mound.
First pitch from Brem misses low for a ball, 1-0. As Brem just struggling to find a strike zone here in this inning. With runners on first and second, here comes the 1-0 delivery. That one will catch the inside corner for a called strike. Evens up the count at 1 apiece as Richmond, in her only at-bat so far in this game, had a sac bunt to move runners up to second and third back in the second inning. As here comes the 1-1 delivery from Brem. That one misses in the dirt and gets away from the catcher Rice back to the backstop, so the 2 runners will move up into scoring position on the wild pitch. Runners on second and third now, and the count 2-1 into Richmond.
Rice doing as much as she can to prevent from those wild pitches going behind the plate. However, digging around in the dirt can sometimes make you a little less agile when it comes to those wild pitches.
2-1 pitch misses low and inside for a ball, and that'll make the count 3-1 now. As Brem now threatening to walk her third batter this inning. She's already given up a home run earlier in the inning as well to Alexis Matheny. It was her second in the ball game. The 3-1 pitch into Richmond will catch the outside corner for a called strike. And they'll run the count full to a second straight Buffalo batter.
Third full count for this inning for Brem so far.
As that one will catch the outside corner, strike 3 called. Nice job by Brem, able to battle back after being down in the count 3-1. She fires in 2 strikes on the outside corner, and now it'll take a 2-out base hit from Olivia Kincannon to get Buffalo on the board here. As still runners on second and third, 2 away, top of the third, 6-3, Buffalo lead. First pitch of Kincannon swung on and looped out into right field. That's going to get down for a base hit. One run is in, a second run is coming. The throw home is not in time. In standing is Castro as Kincannon comes in and delivers with the 2 RBI single as Buffalo able to answer the 3-spot Ohio put up in the bottom of the second. They add 4 here in the third themselves, and they lead it now by 5. It's 8-3.
With one base runner in the infield for the Bulls and Uggan coming up, it forces Kenzie Rourke to make another pitching change, putting Cassidy Zacher into the mound.
So it will be another pitching change. We'll step aside as she warms up, and we'll introduce her when she returns. It's an 8-3 Buffalo lead in the top of the third inning with 2 away. So the new pitcher will be Cassidy Zacher, a freshman pitcher from Lancaster, Ohio. She played high school ball at Lancaster High School. As she has an 0-1 record on the year, a 4.80 ERA, and just 11 2/3 innings pitched, so a small sample size. But she'll look to slow down these Buffalo Bats, as they've scored 8 runs in just the first 3 innings here to jump out to an 8-3 lead. And there's a runner on first. First pitch from Zacher is a called strike into Uggan. 0-1 the count. As on first base is Olivia Kincannon. She just had a 2-run single to push the lead out to 5 for Buffalo. As the 0-1 pitch will miss while outside for a ball. Even have to count at 1. As Buffalo won Game 1 of this 4-game series, Ohio took the middle games 2 and 3, with Game 3 being earlier today. It was a 12-5 victory in a game that started at 1. As the 1-1 pitch, that one is laced out into left field. That will be a base hit for Uggan, as she is now 3 for 3 in the game with 3 singles. Moving up to second on the base hit is Kincannon. And now there's 2 on with 2 out. Buffalo has batted around now in the third inning. They'll bring up Alicia Peters.
Peters currently 0-2 on the day so far, and Uggan was definitely a test for Zacher to to testify to what she can do.
Peters 0 for 2 so far in the game, as the first pitch into her misses outside for a ball, 1-0. As Buffalo already 8 runs on 7 hits through the first 2 2/3 innings. As the 1-0 delivery is chopped out to Katie Young at short. She'll field it cleanly, throw it over to second for the force out to get the fielder's choice, as the side is retired, but not before Buffalo plates 4 more runs to push the lead up to 5. They lead it 8-3. Ohio's got some work to do with the Bats when we come back in the bottom of the third inning here at OSF.
now, leading off the inning for the Bobcats.
It'll be 2, 3, and 4 due up for the Bobcats. Katie Young, Sophia Bernard, and Analia Paoli. As Bobcats were able to score 3 runs on 4 hits in the bottom of the second inning, but the pitching has struggled for the Bobcats in the first 3 innings. They find themselves losing this one 8-3. As Ohio trying to get to above 500. They currently sit at 20-20 on the season. And of course, if they win this one, they would win the 4-game series. And that one is swung on and chopped back up the middle, knocked down by the pitcher, Luzician. And Katie Young able to beat it out for an infield single to lead off the bottom of the 3rd inning. As it looked like Luzician, first of all, look at the ball was going to hit her. It was good that she got her glove up to knock it down, and then she made a heck of an effort to make that play even close over there at first base, but Katie Young just a step too fast, and she's got the leadoff single.
She stretched her body out entirely trying to get that throw across the diamond as fast as possible to make up for the lost time of the ball hitting her against her glove, and smart reactions and quick movements prevented from an injury to Lewisham.
So that'll bring up the DP, Sophia Bernard. She's 0 for 1 so far in the game. First pitch into her catches the outside corner for a called strike. 0-1.
And it's not that Ohio doesn't have the bats, it's that we've been proven that they can absolutely swing and make contact with the ball. However, this pitching game has just been one of the struggle points for Ohio this entire season, and playing these 4-game series against the same team over and over takes it out of your roster and especially out of your bullpen.
Count is even at 1-1 to Bernard. As Luzician will fire the pitch. That one grounded out to short, fielded cleanly over to second for 1. They'll just hold on to it and get the lead runner at second base. So it's a fielder's choice from Bernard, and Young is retired on the 6-4 put out, one away in the inning, and a runner remains at first base for the cleanup batter, Analia Paoli.
Paoli currently 1-2 on the day so far with the single out to center.
Yep, she singled back in the second inning and came around to score. As she takes a big swing at the first pitch and fouls it back into the screen, 0-1. As Luzician looks into the dugout, gets her sign. We'll take a look at the wrist coach on her right forearm. As the 0-1 pitch chopped down to third, they're going to go over to first for the easy play. As it'll be a 5-3 ground out to retire Paoli. Moving up to second base is Sophia Bernard. So a runner does get in the scoring position, but there is 2 away now. It's going to take a 2-out base hit from Caroline Spacek to keep the inning alive.
Spacek in her last at bat had a single as well and ended up making her way around the bases to put a run up on the board.
As Spacek had a couple hits in the first game of the doubleheader today as well, as she takes that first pitch right down the middle for a called strike, 0-1.
Third batter in a row that Lewisham has thrown a first pitch strike against.
As that's the name of the game, getting a hit on hitters makes it a whole lot easier when you're out there in the circle. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. That one will miss just outside. Luzician took something off that one. Put a good eye there from Spacek, evens up the count at 1-1.
Spacek put herself on base by swinging at that first pitch and being successful off of it.
Here comes the 1-1 pitch, and the Spacek takes a big swing at it, but unable to make any kind of contact. And now she'll have to try to shorten up the swing, down in the count 1-2 with 2 away. Bottom of the third inning, Buffalo leads Ohio 8-3.
Spacek fell for the rise ball that floated just to the top outside corner of the box.
The 1-2 delivery chases the fastball high, strike 3 swinging. Second strikeout of the outing for Luzician, and despite the runner in scoring position, Ohio unable to capitalize as they continue to trail this one to Buffalo 8-3, heading into the 4th inning. Top of the fourth inning, Buffalo has scored in all 3 of the first 3 innings to this point. They scored a pair of runs in the first and second and added 4 in the top of the third. Ohio already on their 3rd pitcher of the game. It's the freshman Cassidy Zaker. As the first pitch of the inning into the Steffen is swung on and fouled out of play down towards the baseball field, Bob Wren Stadium, as it looks like the Bobcats have a 1-0 lead over Miami over there. They did lose game 1 of that doubleheader, 11-5. 0-1 pitch. That one's belted deep down the line in left field, but hooking towards the Ohio bullpen foul. And will land in foul ground, and Zaker gets up on Steffen quickly, 0-2.
Steffen liking the inside pitches that Zaker throws, just a little bit too early on the contact for her to rail it out to the corner of left field. As here comes the 0-2 delivery from Zaker. That one catches the outside corner, strike 3 called. Cassidy Zaker gets her first punch out, or excuse me, second strikeout actually of the outing. Her second looking as well. And that will retire the leadoff batter in the top of the 4th inning and bring up Alexis Matheny, the cleanup batter. And, well, that's not a name you want to see come up right now. Matheny in the game, 2 home runs in 2 at-bats, 4 RBIs. As the first pitch into her misses low for a ball, 1-0. And there were a couple of long home runs, Claire, both out to dead center field. The second one hit off the top of the scoreboard, right next to the Ohio logo. Had that scoreboard not been there, that ball could have kept going. As the 1-0 pitch misses for a ball, 2-0. This is as far deep into the count that Matheny has been all game. Here comes a 2-0 pitch from Zaker. That one misses outside for a ball, 3-0. It seems like they're being very careful with how they're pitching Matheny right now. And rightfully so. Zaker a long look in to the dugout. Now here comes a 3-0 pitch, and that one will catch the outside corner for a strike. Matheny, I think, thought she had ball 4. She started to head out of the left-handed batter's box towards first base, but she'll have to stay put with a 3-1 count. Here comes that 3-1 pitch. That one is swung on a line down the line and left, but hooking into foul territory, and that ball will land foul and run the count full. So Zaker trying to fight all the way back in the at-bat after falling behind 3-0. Zaker being careful with what pitches she's dishing out to Matheny, considering Matheny has the 2 home runs to her name. Full count pitch, again swung on and lined foul over towards Ohio's dugout on the third base side. And Matheny will have to see another full count pitch. As Zaker gets the sign from the dugout, she'll rock and fire. Full count pitch. That one lined out to deep right center field, but on the run in the alley is Caitlin Fogg, reaching over her shoulder to make the grab. It looked like Matheny had yet another extra base hit, but Fogg got a great jump on that ball and tracks it down deep out in right center field for the second out of the inning. A nice drop step and the hustle of tracking the ball right into her glove, and she didn't pull out her glove too early or too late, just right to get the out and keep Matheny from scoring yet another run. So that will bring up Alexis Luzishin, the pitcher. First pitch into her misses outside for a ball, 1-0. That was a heck of a play out there from Fogg, as that one had extra bases written all over it. As here comes the 1-0 pitch from Zaker. That one is ripped out in the center field. Moving back is Angled. She'll reach over the head and make the catch at the warning track to retire the side. A couple hard hit balls for Buffalo in the inning, but none of them are able to find outfield grass. It's no runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on base. We're heading bottom 4. Ohio needs to get the bats going as they trail by 5 here in Game 2 of this doubleheader.
leading off the inning.
6, 7, and 8 due up for Ohio, trying to put a dent into this 5-run deficit and come back and earn the victory over Buffalo to try to pick up the win in the series, as they currently lead the series 2-1 over the weekend. As Buffalo won Game 1, Ohio took Games 2 and 3. As will be Mackenzie Vaughn, Caitlin Fogue, and Emily Walker all due up for Ohio. First pitch in from Luzician to Vaughn, misses up high for a ball, 1-0.
Vaughn's first at bat in this game was a walk, and it was a straight 1, 2, 3, 4 balls thrown to her from Luzician.
Yeah, other than that at bat, Luzician has thrown a lot of strikes in this one, but that one bounces and is taken for a ball, 2-0, and Vaughn's still waiting to see the first strike thrown to her this game. She's seen 6 pitches, and none of them have been in the strike zone.
Vaughn eventually, after that at bat, got rallied in from the single from Fogue.
2-0 pitch will catch the outside corner for a called strike. That runs the count to 2-1. As Luzician checks the wrist coach, now comes home with the 2-1 pitch. That one will miss just outside. And that'll put Mackenzie Vaughn in the driver's seat, up 3-1. But definitely need to be selective here, as being down 5 runs, you need all the base runners you can get.
Vaughn with the option to be picky about what pitch she takes.
3-1 pitch lifted out into center field, making the catch a couple steps to her left. It's the center fielder Matheny, and the leadoff batter is retired for Ohio. That'll bring up Caitlin Fogue, the right fielder.
Fogue's last at bat with a single that put her on the bases, and then Rice had a single as well.
A 2 RBI single for Fogue her last time up. That scored Caroline Spacek and Mackenzie Vaughn. First pitch to her this time catches the outside part of the plate for a strike, 0-1. As the 0-1 pitch into Fogue. That one rides high. She thought about swinging, but thought better of it and kept the hands back. And now we have the count at 1-1.
Fogue gets her chance to make some noise at the plate after having an impressive fly out caught.
The 1-1 pitch to Fogue is a change-up, comes right down the middle for a called strike. That runs the count to 1-2. But she did make a nice play out in the alley last inning to keep Alexis Matheny from having her 3rd hit of the game. And of course she has 2 hits, both of them home runs, and both of them with 2 RBIs. As the 1-2 pitch misses low and outside, that'll even up the count to Fogue at 2-2.
Fogue staying patient in the box, waiting for the right pitch to come along and truly take a crack at it.
Luzician's 2-2 delivery, swung on, belted deep out into left field, back at the wall, and that ball is gone! A solo home run off the bat of Caitlin Fogue, and Ohio chipping away at the lead. It's now 8-4, as that is home run number 3 for Fogue on the season. As that one was belted out into left field right around the 200 sign, bangs off the batting cage barn out there in left field. And that's a solo shot and 3rd RBI of the game for Caitlin Fogue.
She had every piece of that ball from the inside pitch, and it just kept going. Had that barn not been there, it would have just continued going forward with how much power and momentum was behind that swing.
So that'll bring in Emily Walker. As Fogue seeing the ball very well off Luzician in this game. 2 for 2, 3 RBIs, can't ask for a whole lot more. As the first pitch into Emily Walker misses up high for a ball, 1-0.
Also considered it a little bit of a pick-me-up for this lineup to work off of.
The 1-0 pitch into Walker misses low for a ball. That will put her up in the count, 2-0 now.
Walker with her last at-bat went 2-1 until she struck out swinging.
2-0 pitch to Emily Walker, misses outside for a ball. Now she's well ahead in the count, 3-0. As Walker so far in the ball game, just 0 for 1, struck out looking back in the second inning. As Luzician only with 2 strikeouts so far. 3-0 pitch will catch the inside corner for a called strike. 3-1 the count now. But perhaps that could be the momentum shift Ohio needed, as the long ball off the bat of Fogue makes this one 8-4 with still only 1 away here in the bottom of the 4th. 3-1 pitch, big swing from Walker, but she swings underneath it. As that'll run the count full, as Luzician was down 3-0. Now she's run the count to full.
Underneath it and early, and with Walker having a full count, this is the first full count that we've seen since the first inning.
Full count pitch into Walker, swung on and fouled back behind home plate. And she'll stay alive and get to see another payoff pitch. As Luzician looking into the dugout, gets the sign, looks down at her armband, now rocks and fires a lefty, and another foul ball by Emily Walker. Back behind home plate is making this one a really tough at-bat.
Walker really fighting against Lewisham, and the freshman making a statement as to why she's on the lineup and making sure that you're just staying alive and waiting for that perfect pitch to really crank out on is what it takes when you're in a 3-2 count.
Another full count pitch. This one grounded over to first. Takes a hop off the chest of the first baseman, but she's able to recover it and put the tag on Emily Walker to retire the side. Has a nice play over there at first. Took a high hop off the chest, able to knock it down, and then Walker just almost tried to kind of dive around her to get to the base without getting tagged. But that'll be a U3 or a 3U, whatever your preference is in the scorebook on that one. And there's 2 away now in the bottom of the 4th. That'll bring up the catcher, Brooke Rice.
A good recovery by Goen Locke at first. It bounced off of her body, and she just picked up the ball and spread her arms out to go for the tag. And
Brooke Rice takes a big swing at the first pitch she sees, but unable to make contact. She's down in the count 0-1 with 2 away in the bottom of the 4th. 8-4, Buffalo leads Ohio. 0-1 pitch misses above the letters for a ball, even at the count at 1-1.
Brooke, with her first at-bat, had a strikeout swinging.
As that one grounded over to first base, picked out of the dirt nicely, and taken to the bag herself to retire the side. As Ohio able to get 1 run back on the solo shot from Caitlin Fogue out into left field, as that was her 3rd home run on the season. Ohio still has some work to do, trailing by 4, moving into the 5th inning, as Buffalo leads it 8-4. Moving through the middle innings here at Ohio's softball field, as Buffalo, for the first time all game in the 4th inning, were held without a run in the inning. And they also were held to a 3-up, 3-down inning, as Cassidy Zaker has had the most success out of any of the 3 Ohio pitchers that have gone so far. It started out with Maddie McCready. She only got through an inning and 2/3, as the first pitch of this inning comes in low. And it'll be a 1-0 count. But then Holly Brem came in. She got 4 outs before also being taken out of the game, and now Cassie Zaker has been in ever since. As 1-0 pitch into Furneman is a check swing that she makes contact with and hits her in the box, so it even have to count at 1-1. As for Furneman in this one, she is 0 for 1. Walked and came around to score in the second, has also flown out to center field. 1-1 pitch. Zaker took something off that one and got Furneman well out in front of it on the swing as she's down in the count 1-2.
A nice pitch from Zaker, and Zaker having a little bit of hard feelings against Buffalo, considering that she was originally a commit to them and then decommitted and committed to Ohio, considering she is a Lancaster native.
1-2 pitch misses low for a ball, even at the count of 2-2. As I don't know if you just saw this, Claire, but someone just hit a shot on the baseball field. I think for Miami, it was a 2-run homer to put them up 2-1, but that ball cleared the fence by many, many feet.
You could hear the cheers from the other side.
2-2 pitch is a check swing from Furneman, but she's able to keep the hands back enough as the pitcher's in the dirt for a ball. That'll run the count full at 3-2.
Rice taking some time to calm Zaker down just a little bit, knowing that having a full count coming into the top of the inning is not ideal in any means. However, Zaker getting good experience out on the mound today.
Yeah, Zaker will get the sign from the dugout from Coach Rourke. As here comes the full count delivery, swung on and popped out into left center field, and then will drop for a base hit. Round in the bag at first is Furneman. That's where she'll stay, as she has her first base hit of the ball game. She's now 1 for 2, and the leadoff batter for Buffalo is on here in the top of the 5th. That'll bring up the shortstop, Brianna Castro.
Castro 0-0 on the day, considering she's had 2 walks, but she has been ran in from the sac bunt in the second inning, and then the single that came from Cannon.
First pitch into Castro, misses low and outside for a ball, 1-0. As Castro has walked twice, has come around to score twice, and in both at-bats she's worked a full count. As here comes the 1-0 pitch from Zaker. That one is swung on and popped high over top the first base dugout and out of play. That'll even up the count at 1-1. As now Zaker's 1-1 pitch bounces in the dirt. Nice block there from the catcher Rice to keep the ball in front of her. And staying put at first base is Furneman.
Rice had her eye on Furneman, making sure she didn't take advantage of the free base that was potentially going her way, as Kenzie Roark steps out into the circle to have some words with Zaker to make sure things are all right in the circle.
Well, before Furneman had the hit, Zaker had faced 4 batters and was able to get them all out. She's been doing a pretty good job in that regard. As Coach Roark extended conversation, trying to calm down the freshman from Lancaster, Ohio.
The freshman performing well, considering the other 2 pitchers that have been put in and then having to be relieved from by the next in the lineup from the bullpen. It's always promising to see the youngins doing well when given the opportunity to do so.
As the little visit is over, back in the dugout is Rourke, and she's given the signal out to Zaker. Here comes a 2-1 pitch. That one will miss low for a ball, and that'll put Castro well up in the count, 3-1. Here comes a 3-1 pitch. That one will miss low and inside, ball 4. It's a walk issued. Castro, third time she's been walked in this game. Doesn't even have an official at-bat yet here in the 5th inning. But now the first 2 Buffalo runners are on in the 5th inning. And that'll bring up the right fielder, Jenna Richmond. Richmond is 0 for 1 on the day. She had a sac bunt in her first at-bat. That moved runners up to 2nd and 3rd. They both eventually came in to score. She squares the bunt there, pulls it back, and took the pitch for a ball.
Looking for another sacrifice bunt situation from Richmond as she squared up.
And now we'll get a brief pause, a dust off home plate. Pause is over. As on second base is Furneman, on first Castro. Here comes Zakers. 1-0 delivery, squaring a bunt is Richmond. She pulls it back again and again takes a pitch for a ball, 2-0. So very clear what the intention is. Buffalo trying to move a couple more runners up into scoring position here, even with the 4-run lead.
No lead can feel too comfortable until you're almost double of what they're supposed to be.
As Richmond gets the bunt down, it was up in the air. Thought Bryce might be able to make the catch, but it falls. She's able to corral and make a strong throw over to first for the 2-3 put out, but another successful sacrifice bunt there from Richmond, as you never want to pop a bunt straight up like that, but it doesn't come back to bite her. And now 2 in scoring position with only 1 away for Olivia Kincannon, the catcher.
Rice just couldn't get up fast enough to read the ball flying in the air momentarily to try and make it a potential double play situation.
First pitch into Kincannon, catches the low outside corner for a called strike, 0-1. As Kincannon is 1 for 2, did have a 2 RBI single her last time up. So a chance for her to add a couple more to the total if she can get a base hit here. 0-1 pitch swung on and she fouled that one off her front foot in the box, as that'll push the count quickly to 0-2.
With only 1 away and Zaker up 0-2 in the count, it gives her a chance to make a statement.
The 0-2 pitch grounded out too short. Coming in to score the run as Katie Young will throw the ball over to over to first to get the runner out. Now moving up to third on the throw over is Brianna Castro. So it'll be an RBI ground out for Kincannon. That's her 3rd RBI of the ball game, and Buffalo gets that run back that they gave up in the bottom of the 4th inning, as it's 9-4. They lead it by 5 once again. And now the lineup will turn over to Anna Uggen.
A smart decision by the short for Ohio, considering that it was a fielder's choice. She could have taken the opportunity and thrown home trying to get the lead runner off. However, the secured out is what's needed when you're down.
As that pitch bounces and gets away, breaking from third is Castro, and she'll come sliding in safely on the wild pitch. So add yet another run, and Buffalo now leads it by a touchdown, 10-4. In the top of the 5th inning, and it'll be a 1-1 count to Uggen, who Ohio, well, they've had a hard time getting her out all series, and most pitchers have all year. She came in with a .454 average, but she's 3 for 3 with 3 singles so far in this game. As the 1-1 pitch grounded up the third baseline, it'll move to the left of the bag and roll in foul territory out into left field. So Uggen down in the count now 1-2.
Uggen normally ends up making some kind of positive contact after the 3rd pitch has been delivered to her.
1-2 pitch. That one is laced and forcing Buffalo's head coach to duck down there at third base, as it'll be in foul ground. Count remains 1-2 with 2 away in the top of the 5th inning. Bulls 10, Bobcats 4.
Mike Riekel just ducked and covered for that one, knowing that Uggen had power behind that foul ball coming right for his head.
Another 1-2 delivery. This one will miss outside for a ball, ending up the count at 2 apiece.
This is the deepest that Uggan has gone so far in this second game out of the 2-game series.
As Aker gets the sign from the dugout. Now the righty will rock and fire. 2-2 pitch is popped high. Left side of the infield. Katie Young, the shortstop, will call everybody off and make the catch on the fly to retire the side. But Buffalo able to add a couple more runs as the lead is up to 6 now. Heading into the bottom of the 5th inning, Bobcats need to string together some hits to get back into this one.
Allie Englet.
Top of the order due up for Ohio as they're trying to mount a comeback here. Only 9 outs left to work with. Down 10-4 to Buffalo as Ohio looking for a victory to get to above 500 on the year. As it'll be Allie Englet, Katie Young, and Sophia Bernard. First pitch into Englet, misses high and outside for a ball, 1-0.
England having 0-3 so far today, and that's not the typical that you're used to seeing considering how explosive her bat is, and just got proven wrong right there.
She jumps on that 1-0 pitch and belts it out into deep right center field. It will one-hop the wall. She'll pull into second base standing with a leadoff double. So Englet has
Number 8, Katie Young.
her first base knock of the ball game, and she's automatically in scoring position here to lead off the bottom of the 5th for Katie Young.
Young struggling as well with 0-2, considering she's had fly out and then an infielder's choice, as she was thrown out at second after having a single.
As that pitch rides high and gets over the top the catcher's glove on the wild pitch, immediately moving up there is Allie Englet. So she's all the way up to third with only 1 away, so we'll see if Young can try to lift one to the outfield here to get her home. But of course, if you're Buffalo, you'll trade a run for an out at this point, being up by 6.
England really taking matters into her own hands, too, considering that she took the opportunity to take the steal and being the stolen base queen for Ohio, putting herself even closer to adding another run to the board and making it a little bit of a smaller gap for Ohio.
2-0 pitch. Young takes a good rip at it, makes some contact, fouls it over top the first base dugout out of play, makes the count 2-1. Still on the mound is Luzishin. Here comes a 2-1 pitch. Again, swung on and popped foul over top the first base dugout and out of play. And after falling behind 2-0, Luzishin's battle back, even up the count at 2 apiece to Katie Young. As Young is the one you want up in this situation. Team leader in RBIs, runner on third with nobody out.
The longest we've seen Luzishin in the circle during this 2-game series.
So that ball was chopped, and then an error made over at third by Steffen as she bobbles it, and by the time she picked it up, she just wanted to keep Englet over there at third base because Englet probably definitely takes off as soon as that ball gets thrown to first. But she bobbles it, it's an error, and now the runners on the corners and nobody out. And Ohio's got the middle of the order coming up. Here comes Sophia Bernard, the designated player.
Englet definitely had home plate in her sights, considering she had taken a big lead and watched her bobble the ball and wasn't able to get the jump off of it quite per se, but it did give Yun the chance to sprint down the first baseline while distracting the third baseman.
Bernard fouled the first pitch into the mitt of the catcher, Ken Cannon. So she's down in the count 0-1. Here comes that 0-1 pitch. That one is flown out into shallow right field. Second baseman trips and the ball falls down. Coming in to score is Anglet. The force out comes into second base to get Yun, as she, of course, headed back to the bag, seeing the pop-up.
Now back with Bobcats.
So technically that is a base hit because it didn't hit anybody's glove. And it will be an RBI single for Sophia Bernard, as Anglet comes in to score, as just not sure what exactly tripped up second baseman there. I guess heading over into the grass, maybe the change in surface, but Ohio will take it. Run comes in to score. It's 10-5 now.
An awkward base running situation for Yun, considering she tagged up and was sprinting right back, and then at one point they're both, Yun and Bernard, were on first together, and Bernard kind of almost gave her a shove towards the second base, and just she was put into such a tough situation considering the way that the second baseman for Buffalo responded to that.
That's now a quick courtesy runner for Bernard over there at first. It's going to be the freshman Sydney Green. She'll run at first now for Bernard, and that'll bring up Analia Paoli. First pitch into Paoli will be a called strike on the outside corner. So Bernard gets the RBI, her first one in this game. It's 10-5 now. I know it was a great pick by the shortstop Castro as well on the throw to get the force out, as the 0-1 pitch is fouled well out of play down the right field line, and Paoli down in the count 0-2.
This is the deepest that Paoli has gone in the count so far throughout this game.
0-2 pitch will miss outside for a ball, makes the count 1-2 to Paoli. As Paoli in this game 2 of the doubleheader is 1 for 2, as she had a single and came around to score back in the second, and then grounded out to third her last time out in the third inning. As that pitch is swung on and driven out into left field, and that will be down for a base hit. So Paoli able to pick up her second single of the ball game, and Ohio now have 2 runners on with still only 1 away, trailing by 5, and that'll bring up Caroline Spacek, who's playing first base in this one.
Caroline Spacek in the second inning made her way around the bases after a single, and then in the third inning ended up rounding out the roster with a strikeout swing.
As she swings at that first pitch and fouls it back into the mid of the catcher, 0-1 the count. As here comes the 0-1 pitch of Spacek, misses high and outside for a ball, even to the count at 1 apiece. As Spacek is 1 for 2 in the game, singled and came around to score in the second and struck out swinging. One of only 2 strikeouts for Luzishin out there on the mound. Here comes a 1-1 pitch. That one misses outside for a ball, 2-1 the count.
Spacek fell for that pitch the last time she was up against Luzishin, and then for another time as well, securing the swinging strikeout.
As Luzishin will get the sign, check her wrist, coach, and the lefty will rock and fire. 2-1, grounded third, step on the bag at third for 1. Long throw over to first in time for the double play. Great play by Stefan over there at third to step on the bag, and then making the strong delivery throw over to first for the 5-3 double play to retire the side. Ohio does scratch across another run, but they still trail by 5 here against Buffalo as we move on to the 6th. Only 6 outs left for both teams in this game 4. Cassie Zaker remains out on the mound for the Bobcats, as it'll be 2, 3, and 4 all due up for Buffalo as they lead this one 10-5 as they try to earn a victory here and split the 4-game weekend series with the Bobcats. As first pitch into Alicia Peters is swung on and lifted out into right field. Caitlin Fogue, the right fielder, lines it up and makes the catch. 1 pitch, 1 out for Zaker here in the 6th inning. And that'll bring in the 3-hole batter, Rachel Steffen.
That makes Peters 0-4 on the day with 1 strikeout and then 3 flyouts.
Yeah, there aren't too many Buffalo batters that are hitless on the day. If you look down the lineup, as they got 10 runs on 8 hits and an error, Ohio 5, 9, and no errors. As second pitch inning, grounded out to second base, Mackenzie Vaughn fields it cleanly, throw over to first, and 2 pitches and 2 outs. Here in the top of the 6th with the freshman Zaker getting it done efficiently out there in the 6th inning.
And clean fielding from the Ohio side of things. Caitlin Fogue had just a misread either from a bad bounce or just didn't get the grounder correctly, and it resulted in a bunch of runs during the first game, and potentially, and honestly, it ruined the chance of them run ruling Buffalo in the first game, and that was the single error, not even an error, just a mistake that costed the Bobcats some time and extra space between the first and the second game.
First pitch into Matheny was a ball. Second was a changeup that comes right down the middle to even up the count at 1-1. As Matheny has a pair of home runs already in this game and 4 RBIs. She also flew out to right field, but it was a great play by Fogue in the alley in right field to keep that one from also being a hit. As the 1-1 pitch swung on a foul back behind home plate, and Zaker now finds herself up in the count 1-2.
Zaker finding her groove here late in the 6th inning, I should say.
Zaker came in back in the 3rd inning to relieve Holly Brem, who came in for the starting pitcher, Maddie McCready. As the 1-2 pitch misses low and outside for a ball, evens it up at 2 apiece. With 2 down, top of the 6th inning, 10-5, Buffalo leads Ohio. As Zaker looks into the dugout, gets her sign. Here comes 2-2 delivery. That one is laced out in left center field, and that one's going to one-hop the wall. Rounding first, heading to second is Matheny. She's in there standing with her 3rd extra base hit of the ball game, as Claire just looks like Matheny is locked in at this point.
Matheny is locked in and loaded, and you give her the right pitch and she'll take it and drive with it, as she's just found her sweet spot in the center field area, sending both of the home runs that she had over the center field lines.
As that'll bring in the pitcher, Alexis Luzishin, as she is 1 for 3 in the ball game. That's first pitch into her, misses high and outside for a ball, 1-0, and not only is she 1 for 3, but of course she's in line for the victory at this point if this result were to hold. As here comes the 1-0 delivery. That one is poked out in the right field. Coming in is Fogue. She'll make the catch on the run to retire the side in the top of the 6th inning. So a fairly harmless inning there, as no runs on 1 hit, no errors, and 1 runner left on base. Ohio still trailing by 5 heading into the bottom of the 6th inning. 6 outs to work with as they try to make a comeback.
leading off the inning with the Bobcats.
Bobcats have 6 outs to work with to try to salvage something from this game. As it'll be Mackenzie Vaughn, followed by Caitlin Fogue and Emily Walker in the bottom of the 6th. Buffalo leading Ohio 10-5. As musicians remaining out on the mound for Buffalo. As the first pitch into Mackenzie Vaughn will catch the outside corner for a called strike. And you know, Musician hasn't been perfect in this outing by any means, but she hasn't had to be. When your offense puts up 10 runs, all you got to do is focus on throwing strikes and letting your fielders make outs behind you.
It also helps that from those 10 runs, 2 of which have been from home runs, and having 4 RBIs off of that is so impressive in itself at the least. So 4 out of those 10 just coming from 2 hits alone.
As the 0-1 pitch missed low and away for a ball, evening up the count at 1-1 to Mackenzie Vaughn. As here comes a 1-1 pitch. That one is lined out into right center field. Now we'll get down and roll all the way to the wall. Rounding first and heading for second is Vaughn. She'll be in there standing with a leadoff double. Her first hit in this game, 2 of the doubleheader. She's now 1 for 2, standing out on second base, and that'll bring in Caitlin Fogue.
Fogue, with her last at-bat, had a home run.
That she did. It was a solo home run back in the 4th inning. She also has a 2 RBI single in the game to this point as she watches the first pitch ride high for a ball, 1-0. As the 1-0 pitch into Fogue is swung on and lined down towards the Buffalo bullpen, out in foul ground in right field. That'll even up the count at 1 apiece. As that home run was home run number 3 for Fogue on the season.
A sweet one at that, considering it got to be at OSF, and they're closing home series for the season. The rest of the games will be on the road.
1-1 pitch to change up that bounces in the dirt. So good job by Fogue laying off that one. That makes the count 2-1. As here comes a 2-1 delivery into Fogue. That one will also miss low for a ball. King Cannon has to pick it up out of the dirt to keep Mackenzie Vaughn at second base. And Fogue now in the driver's seat up in the count 3-1 with nobody out in the bottom of the 6th, runner out on second base.
Patience from Fogue and smart base running decisions from Vaughn, considering she didn't even leave the bag after the slip-up that came from Kincannon behind the plate.
3-1 pitch misses outside for a ball, and that will be a walk. So now 2 base runners on with nobody out. And that'll bring in what it looks like is going to be a pinch hitter for Ohio. As waiting to see, we're going to have, looks like a few changes here. Looks like Buffalo's also going to make a pitching change. So we'll step aside, try to figure out all the different changes here. As Ohio trailing 10-5, but they have 2 runners on and nobody out here in the bottom of the 6th. There'll be a pinch hitter for the Bobcats. It'll be number 14, Yasmin Logan, as she will pinch hit for Emily Walker, who is playing left field. And the pitching change is Ali Marcano. She started the first game today for Buffalo, but didn't make it very long, not even out of the first inning. In fact, as her first pitch misses outside for a ball, 1-0.
Marcano was the result of Ohio taking advantage of it and putting up 6 easy runs in the first inning and honestly falling apart in that first inning, and the Bobcats taking advantage of it. So nothing different that Ohio hasn't seen, just a little bit more of a dire situation considering they're down by 5 and not up by 6.
Yasmin Logan, this will be the 20th game she's played in this year. She's 2 for 11 with a couple of RBIs on the season in the limited at-bats she's had, as she's up in the count 2-0 with runners on first and second. Here comes a pitch. That one grounded to third, bobbled by Steffen. She does not make the tag, as Mackenzie Vaughn is able to get around it, and that'll be another error charge to Steffen, the second one on her in the game. And that will load the bases now with nobody out. And all of a sudden for Ohio, the tying run is in the on-deck circle. And there's still nobody out here in the bottom of the 6th.
A good effort by Steffen. It just was a little too far out of reach, however.
And now on the wild pitch there, breaking for the plate, is Mackenzie Vaughn, and she will be in safely, and all of a sudden it's a 4-run game at 10-6. And the other runners also moving up as well, so now runners on second and third. Nobody out still. It's a 1-0 count to Brooke Rice.
With the Bobcats being aggressive on the base, it's making Buffalo regretful of their decision to pull Lewishin from the circle.
As the 1-0 pitch is swung on a foul over top the first base dugout and out of play, evens up the count at 1 apiece, as Brooke Rice, 1 for 2 in the game, had an RBI single back in the second, and also has grounded out the first, as the 1-1 pitch misses high and inside for a ball, and Brooke Rice now up in the count 2-1.
Dugout gaining some morale as well. They've got their rally caps on, and one of the players even having 4 or 5 gloves stacked on top of her head, considering there are 0 outs still in this inning.
As that one is swung on and popped up to second base by Brooke Rice. Charging in to make the catch is Furneman, the second baseman. And that'll be the first out retired. In the bottom of the 6th, lineup will turn over for Allie Anglett. Anglett on the day, 1 for 3, grounded out to second. Popped up to the catcher on a bunt attempt, but then her last time up, she roped a double to right center field. She swings the first pitch and fouls it well out of play, as it'll be an 0-1 count now to Allie Anglett as that ball lands in foul ground. As a lefty-on-lefty matchup, Marcano will rock and fire. Anglett drops the bunt down. It's a good one right out in front, and there's no shot they're going to get her, as it's going to be a bunt single. Staying at second and third are Caitlin Fogg and Yasmin Logan, but the sacks are full once again, and now the tying run all of a sudden is at the plate with only 1 away in the bottom of the 6th.
And keep in mind, Katie Yon did have a grand slam recorded in the first game that put them up even more in the first game, so nothing new that Yon is unfamiliar with.
So Marcano trying to work her way out of this. Her first pitch misses up high for a ball, 1-0.
Buffalo and Ohio in the same position of struggling with pitchers when it comes to rotating and getting some relief.
As the 1-0 pitch will miss outside for a ball. Now will make the count 2-0 to Katie Young, who leads the team in RBIs to this point, so definitely someone you want up in this situation.
Can Cannon tried framing that one to put it in the favor of the pitcher.
That pitch is a strike. It will be 2-1 now to Young. As on third base is Caitlin Fogg. On second, Yasmin Logan. And on first base, Allie Anglet. One away, bottom 6. 2-1 pitch, misses high and outside for a ball, and that will put Yun in the driver's seat, 3-1.
A batter's count with one of the most dangerous batters that Americano has gone up against so far in both series.
3-1 pitch. Yun took a big swing at that one, but just swung underneath it and fouled it back behind home plate. And that will force a full count pitch. As Marcano spins the ball in the left hand, now she'll deal. Full count pitch home, ball 4. Trotting in from third is Caitlin Fogue. As the train keeps rolling for the Bobcats, that's another RBI for Katie Yun on the base on balls. And that will bring up the designated player, Sophia Bernard, with the bases still loaded, and all of a sudden the tying run is now on base over at first.
Bernard taking some directions from Kenzie Roark to make sure that that ball gets put into play, considering there is only one away against the Bobcats and towards the Bulls.
So Bernard, designated player, 1 for 3 so far in the game, and a chance to make a lot of impact here as Ohio trying to mount this comeback. They were down by 6 runs at one point as the first pitch into Bernard catches the outside corner for a called strike, 0-1.
Crowd disagrees with that one, considering lots of those first pitches have been called balls from Americano, and all of a sudden this one becomes a strike. The umpires in the stands disagree.
The 0-1 pitch to Bernard, that one will miss outside for a ball, evens up the count at 1 apiece.
She thought about it, hesitated, checked her swing, and didn't go all the way around.
As the 1-1 pitch into Bernard, that one will ride high for a ball. And it will now be a 2-1 count. As Sophia does have an RBI single her last time up. As the 2-1 pitch, that one is slown out into fairly deep right field. Will be lined up and hauled in. Tagging up from third is Logan. She'll be in fairly easily. Anglet also moves her way up to third base on the sac fly. Bernard will get her second RBI on the game. But if you're Buffalo, you're probably happy just getting an out in this situation, as the score is now 10-8 with 2 away in the bottom of the 6th. Runners are at the corners, and now bring in the cleanup batter, Analia Paoli. Pitch into Paoli will ride high and outside for a ball, 1-0.
Paoli, with her last at-bat, had a single out into left field and then advanced to second during the double play.
Here comes the 1-0 delivery from Marcano. This one will also ride high for a ball, and Paoli has put herself in a good hitter's count, up 2-0 now. Tying run at first base, it's Katie Yun. At third is Allie Anglet. 2-0 pitch. Paoli took a big swing at that one. She's just underneath it and fouls it back into the screen. You can kind of tell by her reaction coming out of the box. She wanted to drive that ball somewhere else.
She had the right idea. It was just a little bit too early of a swing.
Marcano trying to work her way out of this trouble. The 2-1 pitch to Paoli is swung on, flown out into shallow center field, moving back to center fielder Furneman, and she will make the two-handed squeeze a few steps into the outfield grass to retire the side. But Ohio came in trailing by 5. They now only trail by 2. As it's a 10-8 score. Ohio hangs a 3 spot in the bottom of the 6th. We head into the 7th. This one's not over just yet, as Ohio trailing by 2 to Buffalo heading into the last inning. Top of the 7th inning, as this game looked like it was all going to be for the Buffalo Bulls, but Ohio has scratched and clawed their way back into this one, now only trailing by 2 runs, 10-8. This is the final home game of the year for the Bobcats. Of course, they have road series against Miami and Central Michigan to round out the season next week. As Cassie Zaker remains on the mound, her first pitch of this inning will miss outside for a ball, 1-0. As she will face the 6, 7, and 8 batters, Madison Furneman, Brianna Castro, and Jenna Richmond, all due up for the Bulls. As the 1-0 delivery will catch the outside corner for a strike, 1-1.
Furneman in her last at-bat had a single to left field and ended up making her way around after a sacrifice bunt that came from Richmond later on in the 5th inning.
As Zaker, the freshman, will rock and fire. The 1-1 pitch is a changeup that drops right down into the strike zone. And that'll make the count 1-2. As Zaker's done a really good job coming in to relief in this one, as the 1-2 pitch swung on and grounded back up the middle, will get out into center field for a base hit. As Furneman will get her second single of the ball game, as Katie Young tried to get there and stretch the glove out to knock it down, but just too far up the middle, and the leadoff batter is on for Buffalo.
Is a little too far to the right for Zaker to try and get a glove on it, and way too far left for Young to stretch out and try and get it, and then it popped up and just went into center field, rolling slowly towards England.
First pitch into Castro's a called strike, 0-1.
Castro in her last at-bat was walked and then moved all the way around.
As that one is laced out into center field, but Allie England able to line it up and make the play a couple steps to her right. And Castro gave that one a ride, but right at England in center field, and there's now one away in the top of the 7th. As with that out, we'll bring in Jenna Richmond, the right fielder. First pitch into her will miss outside for a ball, 1-0. As Zaker came into the 3rd inning, has done a pretty good job since, has allowed a couple runs back in the 5th, but has pretty much slowed down this Buffalo offense that was hot the whole game. Bunt attempt right back to the mound, covering the bag at first. It's a second baseman, Mackenzie Vaughn, as Zaker does a nice job fielding the position. The 1-4 put out. You don't get to write that down every day. And 2 away now. Runner does move up to second base, and that'll bring in the 9th batter for Buffalo, Olivia Kincannon.
Another thing you don't get to write down every day is having 3 sacrifice bunts in the 8th slot when it comes to your roster.
As Zaker will rock and fire, first pitch in will be a ball, 1-0.
Last 3 batters that Zaker has faced so far in this inning, she's thrown a ball as every first pitch.
As here comes the 1-0 delivery, misses high and outside for a ball, 2-0 the count now.
Good movement by Rice reading the potential wild pitch.
As on second base is Madison Furneman. Here comes a pitch, swung on and drilled out deep into right field, heading back towards the wall is Caitlin Fogan. It carries out of here for a homer. Olivia Kincannon will hit the home run, the 3rd long ball given up by Ohio pitching in this game. And those are RBIs 3 and 4 for Kincannon as the lead is back up to 4. It's 12-8.
Buffalo was not going to let Ohio get away without one pitcher having a home run scored against them, and especially with Uggan coming up, the momentum is in Buffalo's favor as Ohio kept inching closer, but with 11 hits on the day, Buffalo has been unstoppable at the plate.
So now the lineup will turn over to Anna Uggan, who was 3 for 4 in the game. First pitch into her, misses inside for a ball, 1-0. As for Kin Cannon, that's her first home run on the season. And what a time to pick it up. Just when it looked like Ohio had all the momentum, Buffalo able to push across a couple runs of their own on the home run as Uggan swings and hits that one in the shallow center field, but the outfielders were playing pretty far back, and that one's going to fall in for a base hit as Allie Englert picks it up and just hands it off to Mackenzie Vaughn. So it's a single for Uggan yet again. She now has 4 base hits in this game, 4 for 5, and that will give Alicia Peters a chance to hit with 2 away in the inning.
An impressive outing so far for Uggan, and only fly out being a long ball. Substitution made for the base runners, so Uggan can relieve herself.
So now bring in Peters with a runner on first, 2 away in the top of the 7th, 12-8 lead for Buffalo over Ohio. As if you're Zaker, you just want to get out of this inning without allowing any more runs and try to let your bats go to work. First pitch is a called strike to Alicia Peters, and the count is 0-1. Peters so far is 0 for 4 in the game. He's had all kinds of outs. She's struck out, flown out to left field, grounded to a fielder's choice, and has flown out to right field as here comes the 0-1 delivery. That one chopped right back to the mound, fielded nicely by Zaker. Throw on to first in time to retire the side. But not before Buffalo's able to double the lead on a 2-run home run from Olivia Kincannon, her first on the season. As it'll be 12-8 heading into the bottom of the 7th. Ohio gonna have to string some hits together to pull off the victory. Ohio's going to need to get some hits going here in the 7th to try to win the series against Buffalo and win both of the doubleheader games today. As coming into this second game today, Buffalo 17-31, 15-16 in MAC play. Ohio 20-20, 16-15 as the first pitch into Caroline Spacek misses outside for a ball, 1-0. As Ohio did spark a bit of a rally in the 6th inning, scoring 3 to cut deficit to 2. But the 2-run home run from Kincannon pushed the lead back up to 4. As that pitch misses, it's 2-0 now to Spacek.
Rally caps are still on from the Ohio dugout, looking for something to be strung together, starting off with Caroline Spacek in the box.
2-0 pitch catches the outside corner for a strike. That makes it 2-1. Two-one pitch. That one is swung on and flown out into fairly deep left field, but backing up and making the catch is Uggan out there in left field. So Spacek got around on that one, but just a tad underneath it and that allowed it to hang up in the air for the out. Leadoff batter retired in the bottom of the 7th.
All of the power was right there. I mean, it was a strong, hard hit ball out to left, but straight to Uggan nonetheless.
So that'll bring up Mackenzie Vaughn. First pitch into her will bounce in the dirt and be taken for a ball, 1-0. As Vaughn started the bit of the 6th inning rally, she laced a double to right center field and eventually came around to score. It's her only hit in the ball game to this point. Here comes a 1-0 pitch. That one rides high for a ball, 2-0.
Ended up being a beautiful day as the sun has stayed here for a while and the wind has died down, thankfully. It's still a little chilly up here in the box. However, the sunshine beating down on the players makes a difference when it comes to doubleheaders such as these.
The 2-0 pitch missed low and outside for a ball, and that will bring a quick visit from the Buffalo coach. Because, of course, you know, with a 4-run lead in the 9th inning, the last thing you want to do is allow any kind of free passes. You want to make the other team earn it. And you'd have to think Vaughn will be taken 3-0 due to the fact that Ohio is desperate for base runners at this point.
Rico making sure that Marcano is all squared away and that throwing 3 balls in a row isn't a sign of fatigue.
3-0 pitch comes right down Main Street for a called strike, 3-1. As Marcano gets a sign from the dugout. The lefty will rock and fire. 3-1 pitch, ball 4. It was high and inside. Vaughn kind of ducked out of the way of it. And the Bobcats will get a base runner here in this 7th inning. That will bring in Caitlin Fogue, who's had one of the better days for the Bobcats in this game, too. She's 2 for 2 with 3 RBIs, one of them coming on a solo homer back in the 4th inning.
That's Vaughn's 2nd walk of the day.
First pitch into Fogue is a called strike on the outside corner, 0-1. As the 0-1 pitch in for Marcano. That one is lined right back up the box into center field for a base hit. Pulling into second base is Mackenzie Vaughn as Caitlin Fogue continues her hot string of hitting here in this game. And that'll bring up Emily Walker, the left fielder.
Walker last inning with a single that ended up being thrown into a base-loaded situation. And after a single that came from England at the top of the order, she got scored in.
Guys, right now you have the tying run in the on-deck circle, so you want Walker to be able to get on base any way she can. As it's 12 runs on 12 hits with 1 error for Buffalo, 8 runs on 12 hits, no errors for Ohio. As Ohio once again trying to mount the comeback effort. First pitch into Walker is a called strike on the outside part of the plate, 0-1. The 0-1 pitch, big swing there from Walker, but she swings underneath it. And now she's quickly down in the count, 0-2. As Ali Marcano looking to nail down the win for Buffalo. 0-2 pitch popped high in the air out into center field. Charging in is the center fielder Matheny. She'll make the two-handed squeeze. And Emily Walker will be retired. That's the 2nd out of the bottom of the 7th inning. And now Brooke Rice is going to have to keep the train rolling if the Bobcats are going to try to complete a comeback in this one.
Brooke Rice going 1-3 on the day with just a single during the bottom of the 2nd. However, she's had fielder's choices at the bottom of the 4th and the bottom of the 6th.
First pitch into Brooke Rice. She swings and fouls it back into the netting right by the first base dugout, so she's down in the count, 0-1. If this result stands, it'd be Alexis Lusician getting the victory and Maddie McCready getting the loss. The 0-1 pitch, the check swing from Brooke Rice, and she makes contact with it, fouls it back behind home plate. And now the Bobcats are down to their final strike.
Down to their final strike, and it's been a great string of games here at OSF for the last 2 days, yesterday being an exciting one. Both games, really, and then today, nonetheless, same.
0-2 pitch to Rice, misses well outside. Nice job there from the catcher, Kincannon, to get out there to block that ball. And they'll make the count 1-2 with 2 away in the bottom of the 7th. Runners on first and second. Marcano rocks and fires. 1-2, grounded 2 short. Bobbled a little bit. Throw on to second is in time to get the force out at second base, and the ball game is over as Buffalo will get the victory here in Game 2 of the doubleheader, and they'll split the series 2 games apiece, as it was a bang-bang play there at second base to end it, but the force out is made, and the ball game is over. Buffalo with the victory goes to 18-31 on the season, 16-16 in MAC play. Ohio goes to 20-21, and they're also 16-16 in MAC play, as it's just one of those games. Clear's kind of a slugfest. Both offenses were playing extremely well. Neither pitchers for either side's kind of struggling to get outs consistently, and Buffalo's bat, they were just a little bit better in that second game.
Their bats definitely were a little bit better in that second game, and if you can hear, everyone is a little distraught at that final call, and the umpires from the stands have much differing opinions. However, this 2-game series is pretty on brand for Ohio to split the series, and so far that's what we've seen from them throughout this entire year, and having them end on such a note is unfortunate. However, they didn't come out completely empty-handed here in their last home series of the season.
As it's a 12-8 victory for the Bulls over Ohio in Game 2 of this doubleheader. The series is split between the two, and this has been the last home game for Ohio this season, as Maddie McCready will get the loss. Getting the win is Alexis Luzician for Buffalo, and both teams are now 16-16 in conference play. For Clear Gary, I've been Joey Madore. Appreciate you listening, and everybody have a great afternoon.